meantime, I am going to... Hello, Peoples Excel. Thanks for the lurk, man. Appreciate it. What do we have? There we go. Yeah, we're going to shout them out. So, hopefully we get some people coming into the channel. Let's see who we got. Oh, Lando is a moderator, so hopefully he'll remember to moderate. If he's not feeling good, at least he can moderate. Thanks, Ross. I'll take a gander and get it over to my HR folks tomorrow. We are the Gnarly Toad Guild. The Gnarly Toad Guild. We represent the Gnarly Toad Guild. The Gnarly Toad Guild. Get a bunch of halflings out there singing that. That is...
I mean, how could you not watch a stream like that, right?
Dude, man. we need to change it from Agora Quest to the Gnarly Toad Guild.
Yeah, right?
We'll have 1,000 viewers.
Yeah, today the Slavers, tomorrow Temple. I mean, well, whatever. Come on.
Yep.
We can do it.
Oh, speaking of Temple, I ran my Temple of Middle Evil 5e campaign this past Saturday. They made it to Nome, and they're trying to hit into the Yard Tower in the Temple.
Nice. Very cool.
It's going to be a boss fight, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I forget how many critters are in there, but I mean, it's kind of, well, it's funny massive. Because you look at the tower and it's like, it's not that big. It's not that big, but they Gary is like, oh yeah, these guys could sleep in like triple bunk beds. So we'll just put like 30 guards in this tower. That's like a 20-foot round tower, 2 stories. Put 30 guys in there. I said, dude, man, that's like a sweatshop.
Yep.
That's like working in an Electronic Arts QA office, man. I've been there.
Yeah, but remember when you were a kid? That's it didn't have to make sense.
Oh,
30 orcs in a room, great.
Yeah. Yes,
that's
just
all
more
my story.
experience. More experience. Exactly.
And then right next door. Yeah.
Yep. Appreciate everybody that's showing up a little early. We're just doing our weekly sound check as always. Hopefully you guys will let us know if you can hear us out there, because if I turn on my sound and I start getting feedback from the stream, that comes back through me and back through OBS, and we get this really cool loop of all of our voices just talking over each other. So I dig it. Hey. All right. Appreciate you guys being here at least a little early. Everybody but Monkey, of course.
I mean, he's usually late anyway.
Yeah, he's always like, I got something I got to do. Don't think I'm going to make it. And then he makes it. I'm like, and then he doesn't say anything and he doesn't make it. I said, dude, you need to make up your mind.
Yep, he's funny. Also like, oh, where were we? What were we doing? I need the paladin's help. He's got a tank. He's got to be my money here.
Yeah, exactly. Now that you don't have a magic user. Welcome, 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 everybody. Don't forget to shout out to your friends and colleagues. Tell them to get off of Amaranth's channel and get over here on ours. I'm not taking my shirt off, and I'm not getting in a hot tub, but I cannot guarantee that it won't be a good time. So come over to... You don't want to watch that shit show. You'd rather come watch this shit show. I know you would. And what happens? People start bailing on me as I watch my stream numbers go down. Come on, man. Was it something I said?
You got to let them know that it doesn't cost any Bitcoin.
Yes. Doesn't cost any Bitcoin. Although, we will take cheers. We will take cheers for cash. Oh, see? More and more. As more people drop off. Crap. I guess I should start the stream, but I don't want to because I got 8 minutes left. It's all good. It looks like sound check's coming across okay. I'm looking at my stream and...
I'm promoting it to my page.
Cool.
A couple times.
Yeah, and our Twitter. Yeah, it's like I said, we always have about the same number of, give or take, around 20 folks, so it's totally okay. As long as Cannibal comes around, I think we'll be okay because he keeps the stream afloat.
Oh, he's great.
He is. Dude, he's awesome. He really is.
He is.
I'm gonna re-promote. It's kind of funny. I got a little story to tell once the stream starts about the map that I had made for my 5e stream. Technically, it's not just for my 5e stream, but I mean, that's why it was made originally. But it's kind of funny. He and I had a conversation about it, and I was like, "Is this the dude?" Because it looks like somebody stole my map. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Here in about 5 minutes or so, we'll be kicking off so that we can start. As always, we are just doing our sound checks, talking about life and talking about how all of the nerdy geeks are leaving the D&D streams in droves to go over there and jump in the hot tub with Amaranth and her friends or whoever she's got. And it's kind of funny because it's like I've seen like the stuff posted on her on like it'll come across Facebook and Twitter and all this other stuff, or like on my Facebook feed it'll say, "Oh, these so and so streamer fails" or something like that, right? Never been to her channel. But when I come to Twitch and I look over on the like recommended for you, she's at like right at the top of the list. I'm like, and everything else is D&D streams. I'm like, how the fuck did Amaranth get on a recommended D&D stream? Did she must have put something like roleplay or something in her stream, and it just kind of ended up because that's where I kind of look and see, you know, roleplay, D&D, RPG, shit like that to try to see for recommended channels. But I'm like, I just don't know.
Cookies, man. Cookies. They follow you everywhere.
Yes, exactly. I'm a big cookie guy. But that being said, I can go in and blow away all my cookies and stuff too, and she still shows up. I'm like, they've got it backed up in a database somewhere. So all right. We'll just be hanging out here for a few till we get kicked off. Hopefully Monkey will show. I did send him a message. He hasn't responded. Probably going to come in at the last second, come sliding in the home plate. Don't forget, folks, looking for another player. I could use a wizard. I could use a magic user. Our new party name, the Gnarly Toe Guild. That is going to be us, because we're all from the gnarly wood. So we are the Gnarly Toe Guild.
We just got to find the right hats for everybody to wear.
Yes, we do. And hey, and you know what's kind of funny? I have a merch store. So I could probably have a hat created that says Gnarly Toe Guild on it. And we can get that shit promoted. That is hilarious, man. I haven't even been here a day and we're already upgrading our content.
I'm an idea guy.
You are an idea guy.
You'll find sure. that to be true when the dice start to roll. Like, yeah, that was a good idea.
Yeah, too bad the dice said, ha ha ha. I want to, you know, I wonder, I haven't looked and see, Ross, do you know?
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, do you know how you assign, like special effects sounds and stuff to your dice? Can you upload your own special effects sound?
Might be able to. I don't know. I've never tried that.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably could, but I want to get one where it's laughing, right? So when you roll a nat 1, you get this, or something stupid like that.
I mean, there's probably some new ones you can probably download too.
Yeah, well, I have no doubt. I was just kind of curious, but
yeah, I'm only uploading my own asset.
Right.
Stuff on Foundry, like images and
yeah.
tests.
Yep. Ben and I were actually doing stuff.
Yet.
Ben and I were on the other day, kind of tinkering around with macros. Thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I've done a bunch for Roll20, but I've only done a few for Foundry.
Right. All right, so here in a second, I'm going to kick it off because that's just how I roll. And hopefully everybody will be with us on the backside of the intro here. We're going to be starting in about 20 seconds, give or take. So if you need to run to hit the head really quick, or you need to refresh your snacks or beverage of choice, make sure you get back quickly, otherwise your seat might be taken, and I don't want you to lose your spot, because tonight promises to be interesting, if nothing else, as we have new players, old players combining. So join us as we kick this thing off.
I think I just heard somebody slide into home plate, by the way.
Shh.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
So he arrives just in time to ruin the intro music. Thanks. That's all good, brother. I'm not dogging on Monkey. It's not a game night.
I've updated my sheet, and the little icon I hit update, but the little icon still doesn't show the update.
Hang on, we'll check it out as soon as we get started. Lord Kasumba in the house!
Don't worry about it. You're gonna die tonight, so. Code word. Interesting night.
It's a code word. It's weird, it's not showing Monkey on my Stream Deck. It's pretty bizarre. It's alright. We'll get it.
Surveillance. Yay! They bought another pack. Gotta break $20. Well, go and drive. What's up, Lord Gazumba? In the house.
Woot, woot.
I'd give him a shout out, but as soon as he comes in, he just is like all eyes are drawn to his magnificence, his magnanimousness. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It's a story, and I'm sticking to it.
I showed him out earlier.
You know what?
Hey, what? Quick, say it quick before I get started. Hurry up.
Say that, my other campaign I thought was a pretty good idea, and it's just a suggestion. On these big maps like that, he would have "You Are Here" kind of little circle.
Oh yeah. X actually was. Ooh, there we go. Now I can see. I forgot to turn my light on. I'm like, dang, I am dark on the stream. What the hell? Oh, dumbass, turn your light on. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of 1E1 Shots. I am Sean, your host, bringing you together with the finest first edition gamers that the world has to offer. And I'm saying that even though the man himself is in the channel, Lord Kazumba, the man who kind of started it all for me, I figured, and actually, as I'm watching, I'm like, well, shit, I could do that. Wow. And here I am. And because of him, I made affiliate, and because of him, I have people come into my stream, and now I have to give my weekly tithing to the Lord of the Manor. Hey, Jay, thanks for showing up, man. Appreciate the continued support and the continued love. 14 months is awesome. I think you were like one of my first subscribers, man. So hats off to you, man. Definitely appreciate it. For those that have not been here before, welcome. For those that have been here before, welcome back. If you haven't clicked that follow, please do so. Let's get all this Twitch stuff out of the way. All the stuff that is, I think, necessary, but I don't necessarily like it. But I want to make sure I get through it all. As always, we're here Monday through Friday, or Monday. Okay, I should say Monday. I probably could do Monday through Friday because I'm living my bachelor life now as my wife is off gallivanting with the grandson for the next 5, 6, 8 weeks, however long they need him or need her. But anyway, we're here every Monday, 7:30. Every other Friday is our 5th edition game. So if you're into Greyhawk, D&D in general, whether it's 1st edition old school stuff or it's 5th edition, which is I do both, come check us out. So this upcoming Friday is actually our off week. So if you didn't watch us this past Friday, you missed it. It was actually a pretty good stream. I enjoyed it. Hopefully tonight we'll at least come a little bit close to how well that stream went. Again, I will put it out there. We're looking for a magic user. And in fact, we really need a magic user now because last week, Arthur C. Durand, our magic user of the party, was taken out by the slave lords before the party managed to overcome 3 out of the 5 that were there out of the total of 9. So the amazing party that we have almost got their asses handed to them by 3 slave lords. But, is what it is. They overcame it. And now tonight we're going to see what goes on from there. If you follow the stream, obviously, you earn tokens. Please don't forget that if you trade those tokens in, you can grant a natural 1 or a natural 20 to anybody in the party, or you can give it to me, the DM, if you so desire. Or if you just can't decide who to give it to the party and they'll decide who gets to use it. So either way, don't forget to use your tokens. They do not carry over stream to stream. So if you, it's always best to get them out of the way early if you can. I know Monkey Boogers is itching to use all of his tokens because he can't use them on my stream because he's in both games and I won't let players donate tokens to themselves. So, to Monkey. But yeah, definitely appreciate that. If you would like to help support the stream, obviously not just follow, whether it is a subscription, we have a tip jar. We have a merch channel that you can go get stuff from. All you have to do is go to our Twitch homepage and all the links are there for you. Also, if you happen to want to cheer bits, for every, it used to be 200, but I'm making 100 because this, old school is kind of old school. So for every 100 bits you cheer, you can give a +1 to a dice roll for any player, and that one requires you to pick the player that you want to give it to, because they do carry over stream to stream. Because I feel if you're willing to spend your hard-earned cash to help support this stream, then I will let the players carry it over. And don't forget, players, everybody on the stream except for Ronnie currently still has a +1 attached to their name, because a few weeks ago we had 1,000 bit, but when it was 200 bits, somebody cheered. I think it's right on the tip of my tongue, and I feel bad for not remembering.
You're in the red.
Are you serious already? What do you mean I'm in the red?
No, the guy's name is, I'm in the red, I believe.
Oh. I was like, I'm in the red. What? I'm looking down at my stream. What are you talking about? I'm in the green, man. I'm streaming good. It's like, don't scare me like that. It's like, we just got started. No F-ups. But anyway, yeah, so whomever it was, I do apologize for forgetting your name, but they donated 1,000 tokens, and of course that was 200 to each player, and everybody got a +1. Well, now I've lowered it to 100. So for every 100 bits that you cheer, gives a +1 to the players, a maximum of a +5 at any one time. So if you get to a +5 and somebody donates you another 100, you're just going to get another +1 and start bumping it up there until it gets to +5, yada, yada, yada. But the bottom line is the max you could have is a +5 at any one time. But I'm just hoping you guys will help support the stream. But I will say that it doesn't matter to me as long as you're here watching, man. That's all we care about, because we know you could be spending your Monday nights anywhere else until football season. Then we have to make concessions. I can understand that, but appreciate you guys stopping by. Last but not least, if you like Greyhawk content, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons or whatever it may be, Greyhawk in general, there are a lot of great Greyhawk content streams out there, starting first and foremost with Lord Kasumba's channel. Anna Meyer's got a channel. Blue Box, I think, is part of our group, but we do have a team channel, twitch.tv/team/Greyhawk Creatives. You can find all these links on our homepage here on Twitch. Go check it out. I don't know how many is on the list now. Lord Kazuma could probably tell us, but last I saw there was a baker's dozen, give or take, some more. So there's a lot of great content out there, and we encourage you to go check them all out, man. If you're not following, doesn't cost you anything, man. Just follow them. Then that just means you get alerts and stuff when you know they're streaming, and you go check them out. And we encourage you guys to do that. And so, with that being said, that brings us to tonight's game. Armin, lurking from work, you bad boy, you. Armin from all the way across the planet, down in almost down under. He's like sort of down under light over there in New Zealand. So I'm not sure what time it is over there, dude, but thanks for stopping by, brother. Appreciate the support. As I said, man, whether you're just lurking or watching, or if you want to support any other way, we definitely appreciate that. So, look at there. Who was that? Damn weirdo. So that was 100. So everybody, I saw the cheers. So one apiece. There we go. So everybody, I'm going to go into my little thing here. So, we're going to change this to this guy. So right now, Ronnie has a +1. Varys, Deglin, and Zadkiel all have +2. Because that +1 you just got has now bumped it to a +2. So, and I will say, hey, thanks, Monkey. I appreciate that. See, you show us love, we show love right back. And I will say, players, even though you have a +2, you don't have to use it all. I will allow you to use any amount that you've got handy, right? Sort of like similar to Jay's specials. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 specials, or whatever the case may be. In this case, each one of you has 2 +1s. You can use them both together or whatever, but total of a +2. Just don't forget, mark it on your sheets. That being said, let's talk a little bit about what happened last week and where our players are this week. And so let us move ourselves over to where the players are currently. Last week, our players moving their way through the sewer system in the underground tunnels beneath Suderham, which is the city stronghold, the fort, if you will, built in the center of a volcanic crater, a long dormant volcano called Mount Flamenblut, held in its what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, where the volcano no longer resides because it's dead. But there is now a lake there, and there's an island, and they built this fortress city on top of this island. Don't know why that is so loud in my ear. It's killing me. Apologize if it was loud for you too. So our players entered into Suderham, found their way to the sewers below, and made their way finally to the end of the sewer system, where they discovered, basically, for lack of a better phrase, a throne room of the slave lords. There was a raised set of throne-like chairs that all of these slave lords occupied. There were 5 slave lords when they arrived. Immediately, combat started. Things didn't start out so well, but as they moved along, they began to progress and make headway against these infamous leaders of the slave trade. During the process, unfortunately, we lost one of our very own, as Arthur, the magic user, fell to one of the slave lords' attacks. Unfortunately, the party was not able to revive him, but in the course of the combat, the players managed to take out one of their magic users, a monk, and apparently an assassin. So the magic user up here, the monk here, and what is apparently an assassin there. The battle has just completed, and that was where we left off the game. So this is now where we find our heroes, which, by the way, if anybody was listening when we first came on, I think we came up with a party name, like a group name. Like, you know, typically you have like, oh, we are the group of the spear or whatever, right? We have decided that since we're from Greyhawk and we like the Gnarlywood, we are going to be the Gnarly Toe Guild. So I think that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we're going to stick with Gnarly Toe Guild until something along or something better comes along. But players, party members, my friends, as you stand there sort of fixing your wounds and doing the best that you can do, as you go through the treasure and pick up the pieces of what is left of these slave lords, what do we want to do?
Well, I guess I could cast a detect magic just to make sure we don't miss anything.
Okay.
I need to heal myself because I'm way down.
Okay.
I would like to keep an eye out for the ones that burned out.
Okay.
Is that stairwell?
Yes. Yes, that is a stairwell. Looks like a set of stone stairs that sort of spiral up. So as you, first of all, go ahead and cast your Cure Light Wounds on yourself, Declan.
Actually, I was going to drink potion.
Okay, go ahead and drink your potion then. Go ahead and roll and let me know.
Yeah, can I assist with his healing?
Sure. Don't forget that Zadkiel, you are down to 21 hit points out of 59.
Yes. I noticed when my arm was hanging from the piece of skin.
As the sinew of the shoulder muscles hold your arm in place as it's dangling next to you. All right.
Gave me 7.
Declan gets 7 hit points back. As you do that,
Yeah.
as you heal and you're... Oh, go ahead and heal yourself if you didn't already add the hit points to it. Should bring you up to like 23 or something like that. Ronnie, what was the dice for?
Oh, I rolled that a long time ago.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. 28 minutes ago. Okay. So as you guys are doing that, suddenly the door that you entered slams closed and you hear a loud clang as if something is barring its way. The ceiling above you opens slightly in various places, and dropping all around you, these little crystal vials of something come smashing onto the floor. Appearing at the base of the stairs, you see the cleric individual as he sort of stands there as this gas erupts from all of these vials. It just pelts all around you guys. It's like little holes in the ceiling just open up and these things come shuddering down, bursting all around you as he stands there and he smiles. The Earth Dragon shall not be defeated by the simpleton likes of you. And he disappears again.
Oh.
And I disappeared as well.
And as you vanish, suddenly the gas around you guys, you feel yourselves become woozy.
I'll hold my breath and run away.
As you hold your breath, the whole place begins to the place begins to fill with the gas. You hold your breath as long as you can, but there's no exits anywhere in this room. As you even get to the stairs, you can look up and you can see that there is an iron-bound trap door in the ceiling. You can attempt, but the gas begins to overcome you.
Well, at least there's an option. I was gonna ask if I could meditate and slow
Is
my
there-
heart rate down.
There's no saving throw?
There is no saving throw.
Is this a door
As
down
the
here?
as the There is not. There is not. That is actually, and I don't know why that door would show there because it is actually a hidden door, but that was my fault on the map making. But the gas over, what's that?
I was gonna ask, is there any way to cast a spell?
You can try, but it's a very quick. What are you trying to cast?
It's off a scroll.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, by the time you got the scroll out, the gas overcomes you.
What about a meditated or one that's already mental?
What spell?
Slow poison.
Okay,
What about my proof against poison?
this is what I'm saying. This is not a poison. This is it's not considered a poison. It is a gas that overcomes the senses, causing you to drop. The last thing that you see is your friends trying to figure a way out, trying to get out of this room, but eventually the gas fills. You can no longer hold your breath, and you guys drop asleep.
Can't breathe.
Oh, that kind of sucks. Alright.
Life is hard. Then
Claire's
you
about to
die.
heal himself with this potion and drops
Hang on.
the gloves.
This is going to take a little bit, so just let me get through if I can. Life is hard, and then you die. At least that's what's carved on the wall of your cell. For days, you think you've been here all by yourself. Where your companions are, or even if they're alive, is a mystery. All you know is that you have received the constant and brutal attention of the slave lords. Each day it seems that one of them stops by to gloat over you. You've come to know a couple of them well, but the one that gets under your skin most is a cold-blooded priest that you saw as you were falling asleep in their chamber. Stallman Kiln, you find his name to be. And why is this doing this to me? No, we don't want any more music. Let's just do this.
Oh, I thought that was pretty good.
No, it's like it automatically changes. I'm like, I set it to don't do anything, and then Ford says, "To hell with you! I'm going to do what I want." But like I said, none of the slave lords compare to the vileness of Stallman Kiln. You've been kept in your cell for you don't know how long. The only clue as to how long is that all of your wounds have healed. During this time, you've been brought before the slave lords for questioning several times. Their methods varied, sometimes kind and friendly, while on other occasions vicious and inhumane. But the questions have always been the same. Who helped you? Who hired you? How did you get in here? Finally, weakened by lack of sleep and a barrage of pain and magic you can no longer resist, your story unfolds what little you know. During this time, spells have long since disappeared from casters' memories, cast in desperate and clever attempts to escape or lost in the haze of pain. Unfortunately, these attempts were failures, though they succeeded in giving the jailers a very hard time. The clerics have received special treatment. The jailers, knowing that clerics regain their spells by prayer and sufficient rest, have not allowed the clerics to sleep for more than 3 hours in succession, and have given them even smaller rations of food and water than the others have received.
Oh, wonderful.
However, something finally occurs to break the monotony of your imprisonment. As you stand in your cell, the earth begins to shake. You're almost afraid that this entire cell complex is going to collapse on top of you as little bits of rock and dirt sort of fall down in a dusty haze in your cell. It filters down from the ceilings, and you can hear a lot of shouting and commotion among your captors. After a short period, the doors of your dungeon cell clang open, and in walks Stallman Clem himself, the evil high priest, surrounded by a dozen guardsmen. Entering your cell, he grips your chin and looks you in the eyes. Weakling fool, he says, kind of cheerfully, actually. If only you realized how well you have served me. Soon I will control the council, and all thanks to you. Without relaxing his grip, he turns to the guards and announces, the Earth Dragon has spoken. He is hungry, and the time has come to feed the weak to him, as is our sacred custom. Oh, miscreants, he hisses, wrenching your face around. Now you shall pay for the havoc you have wrought. And in an undertone, he adds, since now that your part is done. Contemptuously, he casts you back into the corner and strides out of the cell. Guards! Subdue them again with the smoke of the little death. He turns and leaves, and the guards go with him. Shortly, however, there's a click as a small aperture is opened in the dungeon door. Though it comes from the end of a tube, what spews out is the green sleep smoke that you remember oh so well. And as you awaken, let us do this. As you awaken, you find yourselves in a pitch black chamber. You can't even see anything around you. But one thing you do feel is a sandy floor. You don't see anything. It's pitch black, but you can hear other breathing and slight groans. So you're not alone in here. Those of you who do have infravision, you can see that you are in a chamber perhaps 30 feet around. How high it is, you have no idea. But you can see that there are several other tunnels leading out in 4 different directions. The other thing that bothers you most is that you have nothing but a loincloth to protect you. No food, no weapons, no armor, no shoes, nothing. Nothing but your wits, nothing but your intellect, and those of you who are clerical and magic user in nature, you do have any spells that you might be able to cast that do not require a material component. So, for example, if a cure spell, you get those back. Because your God has obviously given them to you through prayer. However,
I got a quick question.
Yep.
Did they take my beard tie away?
They have taken everything.
Just a piece of leather.
Yep. They have taken everything away from you guys completely. The only thing you have right now is a loincloth. The floor beneath you is sandy. It's sort of a thick sand, not rocky. There are little bits of rock, maybe shell of some kind. Again, for those of you that have infravision, you can see that there are other people here besides those you who arrived. Varus, to your left, you see what appears to be another of your kind, although he's not full elf. He definitely has fey blood in him. And to your right, you can see a human male, balding, actually bald, sort of leaning up and groaning, goes, where are we? Is anybody there?
Friends?
Is anybody there? Who's that? I can't see. Who's there?
Calm down.
Who are you?
Well, we were killers of slave owners. Now we're prisoners. Like you.
I was in a cell, and then this gas came, and
yeah.
I don't.
And then that gas sucks. I want to feel that clear really bad.
As he sort of stands up And he goes, I can't see anything. And you hear him whisper something.
Ah, you're a mage?
I am. And
I'm
suddenly,
an acquisition handler.
as he casts a light spell, the area around you all illuminates. Now, can everybody see now? At least
I cannot.
you cannot. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I don't
nor
know
can I. I couldn't see with dim vision
Oh,
either.
really? Hang on a second.
Me neither.
Let me fix that.
I just didn't want to interrupt you, DM.
No, I don't understand why Barris can't see anything, because he's got the vision. He's got 60. Varys, can you see?
Yeah, I see fine.
Me too.
Yeah. You can see?
Yeah. See.
Oh, but I'm just saying, did you see before he cast the light spell? When you first... Okay, when he cast the light spell, you could see, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so give me just a second, Barris. I'm going to see maybe if I just remove you and drop you back on there. So I'm going to remove you from the map. Give me just a second. 60-foot infravision. Good to go. I'm going to drop you back on the map. Can you see now?
Negative, sir.
Why is it not? I did give you the configure permissions. You are the owner. I'll do none. Owner. I have no idea why you can't see, because you're just like Varys. But that's okay. I mean, you're not being able to see is kind of part of the fun. All right, I'm gonna make sure. All right, first of all, Deglin, can you see?
Yes.
Ronnie, can you see?
No, I cannot.
This is bothering me.
I can try to log out of Foundry and back in.
And I don't want you to have to do that. So, yeah, because Ronnie even shows that he has light. A light thing. So let me try this first. And we'll go to vision. He's got. Oh, I think I see why. Okay, at least for Ronnie anyway. Ronnie is a half elf, right? So he should have.
Correct.
Can you see now?
I cannot.
This is really bothering the hell out of me. Why is
Remember,
this?
I couldn't see the city map either when we were there. Then once you dropped us into the sewers, I could see.
This is absolutely... Let me go back to the map just to make sure. Because that was the whole fun of this one, is I wanted everybody not to be able to see until he cast the light. So let's see. Where, if I can... Lighting...
It'll be like Sir Lancelot from the Excalibur be sitting there in the
right? Right? No, I'm just looking just to see, like, the token vision and stuff. It's supposed to allow token vision. There's no limits on anything. Unrestricted vision, no. And but I definitely don't want to... What about now, Ronnie?
No.
It's bizarre because it's like it's casting light off you. All right, so I'm going to do what I did for... Hang on a second. I'm going to delete your token off this map for a second. Now I'm going to put you back on. I'm going to double check your token. Light none. Vision. Boundary to BT 60. I can do that too. All right. Now I'm going to drop you back in there. Any better?
No.
I was curious. I don't know if you can you see your token at all?
I can see everybody's tokens.
Yeah, same here.
There's a guy in red down there. I'm going to kick him in the shins.
So you can see their tokens? I'm baffled at what you can't see then.
The map.
Oh, so yeah, you may have to might have to either log out and log in or refresh. So if you can't see the map, yeah, I do apologize on that. You may have to refresh it. Sometimes it takes like a long time for Forge to open this stuff up, and I don't know why.
All right, let's
So yeah, that might
see
be.
what happens.
Yeah. So
Just refreshed and I got nothing still.
this is, well, I mean, the only thing I could say is maybe you could just follow along the others until maybe the map will eventually load for you. But that kind of bothers me that you can't see it.
Yeah, same on the refresh here. I'm going to try to log out and back into Foundry.
All right.
No biggie.
Which way do we want to go?
So, as you're looking, I'm gonna
look around the floor some more. See if there's anything hidden in the sand.
Okay.
Like weapons or like real rocks.
As you dig around the sand, you do find. Dang it! Got something tickling my throat. Hang on. You find a leather tube sealed at the ends. It's got like 2 metal rings to give it shape at the ends, and the ends are sealed, but it's a leather tube, almost like a scroll tube. It's kind of half buried in the sand with you guys. The other thing that you can see is that although it's not very distinct, if you look off to your right, you can see what appears to be some kind of a light flickering. It sort of emanates a little bit and then it fades out, and then you'll see it a little bit again and then it fades out again. Other than that, the other tunnels are dark in all directions.
All right. I look at the wizard. I'm Varus.
As he looks at you and says, Dread Delgrath, at your service, good elf. As he sort of bows. He's human. Like I said, he's bald. Kind of wiry, skinny looking with a little bit of a pudge, so you probably figure he's in maybe his late 30s, early 40s. Has very gentle looking hands, like very lengthy fingers, very dexterous fingers. Looks like somebody who has well versed in manipulating and his fingers having to contort into strange shapes to cast spells and whatnot.
Yeah.
He goes, how came you here?
We were prisoners of the slave lords. We originally came here to kill them. Killed 3 of them. And then some of the others came back and beat us down and took us prisoner. Strange, yeah.
I too was standing against the slave lords. My friends in the Tritherian sect and I have been finding ways to disrupt their organization for many years now, and I was recently captured. My friends, I have no idea where they are. I presume them dead.
Yeah,
I find myself here.
They were working for a priest of Tritherian.
Is that so?
Yeah, they beat that information out of us, so I fear for their lives.
I trust me. The Tritherian sect is resilient, so I have no doubt.
Indeed, they are.
Are you able to see now?
I cannot, but I can talk and I can watch the Twitch channel.
Okay. As he sort of looks up and he bows, Dread Delgrath, at your service, good sir.
I am Varus. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Varus. I am Varus.
These are my friends. As he gestured the other 3.
You guys see that the magic user Dread is basically using the palm of his hand as a focus for the light, which emanates in a circle for about 30 feet around you guys, giving yourselves again a little bit better indication. The walls themselves look to be sort of pockmarked limestone-ish, as is the floor looks to be like ground up limestone sand. It's a fine sand, but it's sort of like standing on a beach where it's sort of, it is, you could feel like as you walk, you sort of sink into it a little bit, but it's not like, hard on your feet or anything like that, but it is a little bit gritty against the soles of your feet because there are a little bit of limestone and whatnot.
I want to look at this leather scroll case thing.
Okay.
And have Declan and the wizard and even Ronnie look at it.
Okay.
Make sure it's not like magically trapped or anything.
Okay.
And then you try and open it and see what it is.
Doesn't appear to have any external markings or anything. It's just sealed. And when you break the seal and open, there's like a little whoosh of air as if there was like a pocket of air held into it while it was sealed.
Mm-hmm.
And inside you see 4 scraps of paper.
All right.
And as you pull them out, you can see that it appears to be spell script written on 3 of the pages and a letter on the other.
Well, I'll look in the letter and I'll hand the spell pages to the current Druid wizard and see if they can figure out what they are.
Okay. As the magic user kind of looks at him, he's
Because I know like 10 languages.
yeah.
Plus I have the marine language ability.
Right.
As a thing.
He sort of looks at them. Let me see. I want to double check just to make sure that as Declan and Ronnie sort of look at them, they are completely unknown. And Dredd looks at him, and these are scrolls, but I do not have my. If I had my prism, if only I had my prism, I could cast read magic and at least understand what some of these scripts are. But for right now, I do not know.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. I could attempt to read them and tell you what they are.
Would they?
I'm not as skilled as a wizard, but I do have a little skill in my repertoire.
Right. So before we get into what the spells are, or attempting to see,
look at
what they are. Let's see. Let me see if I can find where it has. So why is this? It's kind of strange because I know I had something different.
You didn't make a handout, did you?
No, I didn't. I was just. It says there's a note that says, "We have been betrayed. Stallman Klim wishes to usurp all of our power. While we are no friend of yours, we now have a common enemy. These spells are the best that I can do. Best of luck, my friends. I suggest you make it to the docks. There you will find the water dragon and Stallman Klim, your friend, Eldrave." And you recognize the name of Eldrave as she was a dark elf, and she too was apparently one of the slave lords.
Wow, that's an interesting turn of events. Friend, the enemy is my friend, or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Friend.
Yeah.
The enemy, the friend of my, or the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
can I feel the breeze? Can I feel or smell the sea from any of these tunnels?
no, but as you stand there, as happened when you were in the cell, suddenly the ground shakes, causing you to kind of catch yourselves with the violence of it. you hear this low sort of groaning growl as if some massive beast is sort of trying to claw his way at you from somewhere on the other side of these limestone walls. A moment later, it stops.
Well, I need a lot more than sand and paper to find a dragon. So, you said there's light from the right tunnel?
Yeah, so from the right tunnel, it looks as if, like I said, there's sort of a dim light. It sort of fades a little bit, and then it kind of comes back a little bit.
So, which way we want to go? Because, like, half of you're gonna need light to see, and the other.
As he sort of says that, and he goes, "Yes, we must make haste, my friends. This light, I can keep this light for perhaps an hour. Beyond that, it is the only spell that I have that could help us. I have a couple of spells that I might be able to use, I think, but this light, we must either find torches, an exit, or something."
Yeah.
How long are our loincloths?
Enough to that you can kind of, they wrap around your waist, wrap around your groin. You know what I mean? Sort of like a big diaper, if you will.
Yeah.
If you were to take it off and stretch it out, maybe about 4 or 5 feet long or something like that.
Are there any rocks around?
Looking around, it looks like there is, but the problem is it's soft limestone. So as you pick it up and test it, the limestone just sort of breaks in your fingertips, forming more sand.
Because I was thinking you can at least make a sling.
Roll me an intelligence. Roll me a d20 and compare it to your intelligence, please. So as you look and you, not embarrassed to stand naked in front of your friends, but this thing, you could probably make some kind of a club if you were to pack it with sand.
Okay, I'll try that.
Okay. As you stand naked and you take maybe a half a pound or a pound or two of sand and you sort of tie it up, and you can now swing it and wield it like a club. This improvised weapon will only do a die 4 of damage, and you attack at a -2, but you're able to do some kind of damage. And everybody remember now, if you go to your character sheets, you have to disable your armor and all the other stuff, because your armor class is only 10 minus your dexterity. So you have no other bonuses for your dexterity, no bonuses for strength, or nothing. Well, I take it back. Your normal strength, like Zadkiel, you have a normal powerful strength, so you still get your pluses for that. But Deglin, you're obviously not wearing your...
Yeah, I just changed it, so...
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to make a club because I wouldn't be proficient in it anyway. So, isn't one of the weapons. It's a weapon that he can use, but I'm not. It's not what I chose.
Right.
So, I'm gonna, which way do we want to go? We need to get moving. And, I'm just gonna look for some other weapon at some point.
Well, there was a flickering light up this way. Is that what we were indicating?
Yeah, but no one's saying anything. So
I'm down with it. Let's do it.
Alright.
Right. As you guys go, as the...
Are all of us naked?
Yes. You're not naked. You have loincloths. That's it.
Yep.
It's just the Ronnie birthday.
I'm just going to take the loincloth off.
Okay.
And I'm probably going to use it as a weapon, like either to pop somebody in the face or...
Were you listening at all about what Deglin just did?
Yeah, with the rocks. The sand.
Oh, he didn't. Yeah. I just want to make sure because I didn't know if you had stepped away or not. So I just want to make sure you heard him.
Yeah, I don't think my intelligence is 10, so I probably wouldn't have thought.
Well,
of
if you see him doing it though, you're standing there. If you see him doing it,
it's
you
dark.
could definitely. You can't see.
No, I can. With the light spell, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is
That's what I'll do too as well.
Yeah. So saying whatever you guys see on the map right now, that's what you can see because I've tried to get it to. So what are you trying to do? What was that?
I was gonna find pebbles or whatever and fill up the cloth.
Yeah, there's no pebbles or anything. The rock is very soft, and as you sort of check the pebbles, it sort of breaks up in your fingers. But you are able to pack enough sand into the loincloth and tie it off that you now have an improvised club. It only does die 6 or die 4 damage, plus your strength, obviously, and you attack at a -2. Right, so you normally get a +2 to hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you just won't get a plus because you're at a -2 to attack, but your strength gives you a +2. Therefore, you're at a straight up roll, but you still get your strength bonus for damage.
Okay.
As you step up and you come around, you can see that this faded kind of light, it just sort of fades away and sort of disappears like around a corner. It's like this light is just sort of flickering and fading.
This might be a trap. But, alright. I'm trying to move silently. I rolled just under my move silently.
Oh, was that what that roll was? I thought you were
Yeah.
checking for traps. Okay. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, so as you move silently, you move your way up. As you get there, you can see once again, you can see this light sort of flicker. Up ahead, you see that the tunnel, and by the way, I am not going to be, I guess I'll have to because he has the light. I'm going to put a light spell on Barris, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Just because I don't want to keep moving because there's other things I'm looking at, and I'm just going to leave the wizard wherever he's at until he needs to catch up with you guys. So
yeah, it's fine. What does that sound like?
I don't know. Somebody's got something like going in the background or something under the hood, but not sure who it is. I didn't see.
Let me mute and see
talking.
if it's me.
It's a new guy.
That's it. It's the new guy.
Epic. All right, stand by.
You're good. All right. So as you move up, Varys, you see that the tunnel sort of sharply curves off to the right, and you can see the light again. But as you come around expecting to see it right there, you see it's not. It's actually down the tunnel a ways. It's not where you expected it to be.
Yeah, it's a trap. I'm gonna look for traps. No.
Okay.
Is that any better, by the way?
No.
Nope. Still, it's like a static almost, right? It's not that bad. If you do push to talk.
Rotary phone.
Yeah.
Well, that's a successful find traps, if any.
Yeah, you found no traps. There are no traps there.
That's good. Probably can't live.
And as you move down to where you see the light itself is no longer there. It's like now it's just out of reach. It's like you see this little light coming as you're walking up on it, but
yeah, it's fun. Hey, Ronnie, what do you think this is? And point to the light. Is it some kind of creature, or is it a figment of my imagination?
Do I see it, DM?
you can see the same thing hang on where you guys are at. You can kind of see the same thing where that Varys sees. You see this little, like this sort of this emanating fairy light, if you will, and then as you move to where you think it is, it's not there, and it's actually further down the hall. And as you go around the corner where you saw it go around, or you thought it was at the corner, it is no longer there. It's further down the passageway and stuff. So it's like
I have a suspicion what it is on a game, but
Somebody's fishing and we're following.
alright, take a look.
and as you come around, you can see the light sort of emanating once again. Go ahead and just stop right there.
Alright.
Just want to make sure if Zadkiel's ever going to catch up to us. There he is.
Oh,
He made
yeah.
it. He made it. I was just looking back saying, what? So again, as you come around, you can see that there's this like emanation from just outside your vision. It's there somewhere, but
Yeah. Probably going around in circles.
as you hang on a sec, back up just a sec. Just back up about 10 feet. As you get in there, Varys, in this section, the sand, you feel almost as if the sand like moves beneath your feet. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
as you sort of look and there's like, you don't see anything and then it's gone. And then you're just standing in sand and like there's nothing there.
I think there's a creature either in the sand or the sand is a creature. It was trying to lead me into a trap. I'm going to not go that way. I'll see we go back and try one of the dirt tunnels. Unless one of you wants to go play in the sand. I don't have a 10-foot pole. I don't have anything anymore, so it's a little too risky.
I might be able to try my ID animals and see if I can't pick up some kind of a hint of what might be hiding underneath that dirt.
I mean, you can try it if you want.
DM, I'll move up there to the edge of wherever that place was that he's pointing out and see if I can't identify what kind of animal it is. And if I do, I will cast, I will use my speak with animals because it's visual and somatic.
Okay, so as you begin casting this spell, you don't pick up that it's any kind of an animal, but suddenly the sand right in front of you explodes as this massive tentacled like pseudopod covered creature lashes out. Right now, Varys and Ronnie are the only two that are in range as they're in the sand area. As this creature lashes out, I need you guys to roll me a die 6 for surprise, please. Just one for one of you. Just roll for the party, and then I'm going to roll for the creature. Creature was not surprised. You guys are... Well, I'm going to say you're not surprised because you figured there was something there, but they normally surprise on a D. So let's see, Ronnie. I'm gonna bring the bring our magic user up here because he was actually with the party. Because well, yeah, you guys can actually both see because you both have infravision, right? All right. So your choice if you're gonna fight the creature or flee as we roll initiative. So the creature is gonna get at least yes, the creature is going to get at least one attack before you guys are able to do anything. He is targeting Ronnie, and he gets his slam attack against Ronnie. Ronnie, your armor class is 10, right?
That is correct.
Or do you have a dexterity to lower it?
I do not.
Okay. Let's see. Just want to double check. Is your character sheet updated to say 10 or no? Not yet?
It should be.
Okay, well, I wasn't for sure. I haven't looked at your sheet, so. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, it
Armor.
says 10.
All right, it needs a 5 or better to hit you. As he misses. As the pseudopod blasts up out of the sand, it's like grazes Ronnie's nose as you kind of throw your head back and go, "Wait, that's not an animal. It's some kind of a sand creature, but it's not an animal." Your call on what you want to do. You guys can bail out of the sand area. You can attack the creature. What do you want to do?
I'm going to break contact, DM, and let somebody a little bit. Well, we got one guy with a weapon. Get up here in front.
Oh, are you guys going to take it on?
I don't know if he's going to or not. I'm breaking contact.
All right, Varys.
I don't think taking it on is a good idea.
Varys, you are up. Did we lose Ross?
I think he said he was going to. I think he might be taking a leap.
Oh, okay. We can wait for him to come back. As he stands there with his loincloth, and he drops his loincloth and begins urinating on the sand creature. Or that's my story.
His
And
territory.
that's the story, and I'm sticking to it.
Actually, to get it heavier, I want to do that.
It's not.
I'm
It won't
One
affect it.
R. Kelly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pee on my mace.
Yeah. Okay.
my-
It won't. Yeah. Your club. Your sand club. Your
Once I
sand
get
wedge.
out of this, yeah.
Just so you know, I just want to let you know ahead of time. You can do that for aesthetic purposes, but it won't affect the damage any. I will say, if you find wet sand, legitimately wet sand, not urinated on, legitimately wet sand, and you're able to pack a bunch of sand in there, I'd make it a die 6 attack. Or die 6 damage, I mean, as opposed to die 4.
DM,
Yes, sir?
as I broke contact, I
I'm
have the spell invisibility to animal, which is just somatic. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, yeah, somatic. Never mind its material component. I'm just talking out of my culo.
Okie dokie. Varys, you watch as this sand creature sort of erupts with these pseudopods out of the sand. It swipes, almost catches. It caught Ronnie right by the face, but he managed to throw his head back. The creature only needed a 5 to hit him, and it rolled a 2. And it just grazes Ronnie's nose as Ronnie says, "Yep, nope, I'm going to leave this to the bigger folks," and he bails. You are right on the edge of the sand where this creature is. You have the opportunity to leave the area because you're not in its range yet, or you can go for attack or whatever you want to do.
I don't have to leave. I don't have a weapon.
Okay, you can fight with your fists. Quite chain cane it.
Well,
One hit point apiece.
Yeah, that ain't happening. I'm gonna sit back.
Okay. As
Okay,
we
illusion.
as we roll initiative again, the creature gets the initiative again. Oops, that was an accident. Try this again.
Oops, you almost did it.
Oops. It doesn't really matter, because you guys. All right, as the creature moves up to the edge of the sand, following you, as it sees you depart, that you see this creature almost made entirely of sand come slithering out of it. It looks almost like the sand is. I'm trying to think of how to describe it. You ever see the movie The Mummy and all of a sudden the sand is kind of moving? It's like alive. That's what this looks like. Even though there's sand there, this creature comes like slithering out like a pseudopod snake as it's still attached to part of the sand, and it comes out and it sees Zadkiel.
Is it anything that I might have seen in my past as a ranger?
Probably not, unless you did a lot of desert work. You might have seen it in the desert, but that's the sand. As the creature sees Zadkiel, what do you guys want to do? I'll give you guys the opportunity right now as you see it crawling out of here. You guys can all haul ass, but you're going to have to haul ass quickly, or because its movement is 120. which is what everybody's movement, by the way, is 120 right now because you have no armor on. So you guys can move just as fast as this thing. So I'll give you the opportunity to flee or to go back or wait for it and sort of take it on. It's up to you guys what you want to do.
I'm going to go ahead and attack it because then it's going to hit me if I flee. So
No, it won't. No, I'm just saying I'm giving you that opportunity. It's not quite there. It's not quite there yet.
Well, I got to fight anyway. I can't run because everyone's in the way. So
No, let's run.
Okay. Go ahead and move your tokens to where you guys want to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna run. Run like
I was going to run past it.
Oh, you're going to go the other way?
see.
Get out the way.
The brave paladin charging past everybody. I'm charging something. Whatever, dude. You're running. As you guys quickly move your way back, and you find yourself once again in the exact same place you started about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago.
Well, which way do I go?
I say we just keep going clockwise and head south.
Okay. I mean, it can't be any worse.
Well, never mind. We got somebody going to the top to the 9 o'clock.
No, he's good. He's going south with you guys. So who's leading the way?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I'll look for traps.
Okay. Find no traps as you go.
Is there anything useful on the floor or the walls?
Nothing that you have seen yet.
I'm looking for like actual rocks or sticks or bones or
Right.
anything I can use as a weapon or something to probe things with.
Yeah.
So we
You're
don't
gonna-
get lost, maybe we should keep like one hand. Well, we still got the light spell, but once that light spell goes out, I would think that we'd all like hold hands or touch each other on the back, and follow.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I'd rather do a walk.
probably want to mark something in.
They're not
Well,
doing
hopefully,
You had me at touching each other.
hopefully we'll find some stuff.
You may hold my gnarly toe.
Stop the grab asses.
I'm going to pop him in the ass with my loincloth.
That's true because he doesn't have his loincloth on.
I don't either.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I meant. He's
Yeah.
gonna pop you. All right. So you
Yeah,
begin to
around.
move your way. You begin
And
to
then-
move your way down.
Did another fine trap roll.
Okay.
as I'm going along.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it because every time you do, that's a 5-minute check. Just so you know.
Yeah, and then 30 there, and here's another one.
Okay.
Yeah, well.
Nope. You find nothing there.
And these are long and winding.
They are.
Reminds me of the damn slaver.
Yep.
There's another one. Made some good rolls.
Yeah. You find nothing.
Alright.
The as you guys sort of go, you can still hear in the distance sort of like a tremoring rumble. It's not as violent or as bad as it was earlier, but you can see it still. As you step there, suddenly you kick something with your foot in the sand, Zadkiel. Not Zadkiel, but Varus.
Okay.
You find a thigh bone and several small chunks of wood, sort of like rotted wood that's buried in the sand.
Okay.
But like I said, you find this thigh bone and these pieces of wood.
Alright.
As
Look at the
you-
wood.
the wood itself is extremely dry and it is kind of brittle. As you sort of try to break it off into something sharp, it just sort of falls into kindling almost.
Alright, well, take the time out.
Mhm.
Hand it to
grab it.
Barrett.
We
I'm gonna
grab
hand
the
it, I'm gonna
loincloth.
hand it, I'm gonna hand it to Declan.
Okay.
Here's a thumb for you.
There you go. All right, I'll give my sap to somebody else.
You'll give your sack to somebody else?
Yep.
Well, the new
This
game
game is going off the rails fast, but that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have a weapon proficiency in sack. Sorry.
I'm looking. Is there enough broken wood we can maybe make a torch out of?
Probably not a torch, but definitely to build a fire if necessary.
Yeah, so collect those then.
Okay, so you guys managed to collect some of this kindling wood as you continue to move your way through the tunnels.
Is any of that oak with bark on it?
No, it does not have bark. It looks like it was just like old lumber of some kind that has since rotted.
More traps.
Okay.
That's a terrible hole. Alright.
It looks like we've lost somebody here.
Yeah,
Who did we lose?
I'm gonna slow down and let my kitchen.
This is very difficult to move when you can't see the map.
Yeah. And I do apologize. Again, the only thing I'd say is you can keep trying every so often to kind of refresh and just watch the stream and kind of see. Ronnie, have you been able to see the map yet?
I have not. It's just, you remember, I couldn't see the city, and we were there for like 2 sessions, so I think something else.
Yeah, I wish I could help you, and I don't know, but I do. It could be the size of the map, maybe, because it just takes a lot to render. Maybe, I don't know. As you guys continue, suddenly, as you moving into this area, the ground sort of heaves and shakes again. It's been about 45 minutes or so that you guys have been in this place. There's been small little rumblings and tremors, but this is more violent in nature as the ground sort of heaves. Once again, dirt sort of falls from the ceiling. Small pieces of limestone kind of pelt you guys as you're almost afraid for a second there that the tunnel itself is collapsing. You sort of brace yourselves against the wall to prevent yourselves from falling face first into the dirt. But luckily, it passes fairly quickly.
Barris looks around at the tunnel.
From the dust that sort of sucked into your lungs as you stood there.
Barris can't help but wonder if we're in the lava tube.
Ooh.
Oh, we might be, yeah.
Ooh, how cool would that be?
Real cool when the lava starts to flow.
Yeah, just asking my.
As you guys continue to move your way through, it widens out into an area that and it begins to curve again to your left as you slowly but surely move your way. Ronnie, just for your purposes, I'm going to move your token for you as well, all right?
Oh, I see a small one for you.
As you get to where you are, right there, Varus, you can see that there is a branch.
Do I see or hear anything?
Go ahead and roll your hearing check.
Your map on the stream is not updating.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologize. That's because as a DM, I keep forgetting to keep that map focused on for the stream. So thank you. Appreciate it, folks. And I apologize. I get carried away sometimes.
Yeah. I see it in my roll.
So you hear nothing other than as you listen, you can hear this sort of rumbling in the distance again. Still.
I was hoping I'd smell the dots. Or hear the dots. Oh well. What do you want to do? Want to keep going or try this branch?
I'm thinking we stick with the main branch. It's at least wide enough. These smaller.
Well, you can see just through it. I mean, it's relatively the same width overall. It's just the opening into this other branch tunnel is a little bit narrow, but it sort of widens out on the other side. So it's kind of similar to the tunnel you've been in. Maybe a little narrower, but not too bad.
I guess we'll stay here then. For now. Oh my God. Oh, now it's hitting narrow again.
Your watch is down in front of you. It narrows significantly.
Yeah. Take a look. And I see something ahead.
As you see something you have seen before, Varys. It's a giant fungus type thing. The last time you saw this was when you guys were entering the sea caves underneath Highport. And as you guys got near it, it let off a shrieking wail.
Yeah. Ronnie.
Oh, hey, I can cast the silence 15-foot radius if I need to.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
All right, that's what I'll cast.
And then we can go kill it, and it won't alarm.
Well, we can cover our ears.
So you're going to cast
silence. It doesn't require any material
component. Yeah, but what are you casting it on?
Oh, myself.
You cast it on, yeah, I guess you can cast it on yourself. I was going to say you could do the thigh bone or some other object.
Oh, yeah, the thigh bone. Yeah, I'll do the...
Yeah. Don't forget, you have a club now.
Yep.
Give yourself a club. I'll give you, it's still a -2 to attack, but it's a die 6 damage.
Awesome.
At least, let me double check.
You want to go up there and whack it?
Yeah, I can do that.
Let me double check that real quick.
That way it won't raise an alarm and learn
it's a
anything
D6.
beyond it.
So just so you know, if he goes down there by himself, he will be out of range of the light.
Well, somebody can go with him. And be in the radius, they just won't be able to say or cast spells.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be able to lay hands.
I mean, I can go with you. I can see in the dark.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't know if that helps you.
Yep.
No.
Hang on, stop right there. Go back where you were, Declan. Oop, my fault. The light spell suddenly goes out.
Once I cast silence, that's it, right? There's no, I don't have to remember, I don't have to continuously chant or anything. Right?
No, correct.
I have my own light spell.
Okay. You can cast it then if you would like.
So then I'll do that.
Can you see again?
I have to, hold on. Turn it. Yes. Now I can. All right, and then do I see the side, this thing down there?
Yes, you can just barely see it.
All right, I'm gonna charge it and hit it.
All right. As soon as you get right here, I just put you back. As soon as you get right there, the lights from your spell sort of washes over it, and it begins letting out a shrieking wail.
But it's within the 15-foot radius of my staff, so...
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's... So, I see what you're saying. I got you. Okay, you're correct. Yeah, good. I wasn't even thinking of that. Yep, you are correct. Just as you sort of get on the edge, you see it. You just barely hear this little, and then as it starts to wail, you could see like these little mouths open up on it, and they're screaming. You can tell, but you are within the zone, so to speak. So, let us do this. I'm going to do this. And as you go ahead and roll your attack.
I'm just going to use is the die 20 -2?
Do you have any other strength bonus or anything like that to
Nope.
other than okay, so then it will be a no, because you're proficient with a club, so you get no negative bonus to attack
cool.
this thing.
Awesome. So just roll 20. No.
As you miss, as the creature continues, how long does silence last for? It lasts for 12 rounds. 12 rounds. I just want to make sure because as you go, or as now it goes. Round 2.
DM, I'll go up there because I can use one of those clubs and cast Shillelagh on it. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's got.
Yep, Deglin, you're up. Okay.
I don't have a mistletoe.
Oh.
Come on. Does a
Armor
9
class.
hit it?
Let's see. What level cleric are you?
8th.
8th level cleric. Yes, a 9 hits.
Awesome. So is that a die 6 damage?
It's a die 6 plus any strength that you have, but you don't have any of that either, yeah. Love it! All right.
It's always the same. Always.
That's how it is as we go to the next round. As we roll. And Deglin, you're up because it can't attack. It just shrieks. 10 hits.
All right. 6 damage.
Do another one.
3. Ha ha.
As you begin to take a little bit off of this creature. As Deglin goes again. You are up. 3
Come
miss.
on.
Haha.
He's
I
freaking
like this. I am just hoping that this thing can last long enough. Deglin, you're up. Oops, sorry.
7 hit?
No, you need a 9. Hang on just a second. I need to make sure that I do the okay. And round 6, we roll. Hide. Try again. As Deglin for round 6.
What? I'm serious. I'm telling you, these dice are freaking cursed.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You want to go up there and help me?
Yeah, somebody come. Anybody.
Yeah.
Help him.
Right, Deglin goes again. Who's helping?
Ronnie, I'm going to transform myself into
20!
a giant weasel.
I'm sorry, you're going to transfer yourself into what?
A giant weasel. And
Okay.
go attack.
Okay,
All right, so I got a 20, so I'm going to die
2d6. 2d6. Well, actually, die 6 plus 6. Because it's max damage on crit.
Yes!
Just as Ronnie turns himself into a giant weasel to run down there, Deglin manages to take out the Shrieker.
Well, I'm going to stay as a giant weasel.
Okay.
That should give him night vision, too.
Well, I should have already seen earlier, but
So now we have multiple tools. Go
So-
this way, go this way.
Check the Shrieker. Is there
You
anything
can
around?
you can see from just up ahead, you can see that there is a branch, like a T intersection, and from the right, there's this like a faint little glow. Almost like a phosphorescence. No, to your right.
Oh, this way.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was an alarm.
Go ahead and give me a
Listen.
move silently
Oh, yeah.
first, and then a hide in shadow, please. Okay,
There we go.
move silently, no problem, and give me a hide in shadow.
No
Okay.
problem.
That? Yep. As you sort of get to the edge right there, you can see that to the right, the tunnel goes for about 15 feet or so, but then it's sort of the tunnel itself is only about 4 feet high.
Oh,
And as you sort of bend and look down, you can see at about 15 feet down, you can see that there is a partial blockage, like somebody pushed rocks up against the opening. So the opening between the top of the rock and the top of the thing is only about 2 feet. So you would have to stoop to get down there, and then you would have to sort of crawl over the top of all these rocks. Off to the left, you can see it as a very, very narrow tunnel that sort of ends in, there's some rocks, like sort of like a boulder blocking, and you can see movement coming from the inside. You're not sure what, but you can see some small, like lizard-like leathery creatures or something on the other side, and you recognize them, Varys, as kobolds.
Yep. I see a whole bunch of them. Alright.
Do we want to take on a bunch of kobolds?
I'm gonna step back and motion Nathan to come with me. Because I want to go up the tunnel so I can chat with people. It looks like those are partially blocked caves with kobolds in them waiting. I say we ignore them and go a different route, because we really don't have. I mean, they might have weapons we can use, but we don't have armor or anything. We'll get cut to ribbons.
Maybe we should go back up to where that T intersection was and go down that other one.
We could. There's also a passage over here that goes northwest. Or yeah, I don't know where it goes.
I don't either, but we've already
How many kobolds did you see?
There's probably at least half dozen or more. I don't know.
Oh,
I
man,
didn't know.
Perhaps.
Both of the tunnels are narrow and partially blocked into, so we have to crouch down and crawl in. So you're not gonna want to do that.
Well, as a giant weasel, I might fit right in there nicely.
Well, you might, but the rest of us are gonna have to.
It definitely makes it a tactical disadvantage to try and go in there as a group.
Yeah, and with no ranged weapons or
we could
or anything.
Perhaps us elves could half elves could sneak down there a little bit and perhaps try to get an idea of how many there are. If there aren't that many, perhaps we could even draw them towards us somehow, which might give us a bit of an advantage. I tend to think that fortune favors the bold, although so does death.
Well, if I had even a simple dagger, I might reconsider, but not having weapons for half the party is, and no armor or anything, we're just not.
Maybe if I snuck down there as my weasel, I'd bit one of them and then ran off. They would follow us and we could ambush them right here.
Well, at a minimum, I think you can get a decent count, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I can sneak up there as a giant weasel, real quiet like.
Have at it, then.
Ian, you're going to have to move me. I can't move. But if you would move me, I think I'll at least try and sneak up there as a weasel DM and get a good count.
I want to hide in this area here.
Okay.
In case he does lead any up here.
All right.
We'll be waiting here in case if something happens, you come right back to us and we'll defend as best we can.
So, Ronnie, as you kind of get to this corner, you can't see anything to the left, but you see this little sort of tunnel to the right. I am going to roll a 6-sided dice for me, Ronnie. Almost like find secret doors. Oh, you undercut them. Good. So you managed to get a few feet in there, get a quick scan, and back out just as a kobold sort of walks right there on top of the rocks at the end of the at the end of the tunnel you were just looking at sort of walks around it and then returns. But your quick glance on the other side of that blockage at the end of this small tunnel, it looks to be a rather large lit up room, and it's lit up by phosphorescent fungi. And the first thing that comes to your mind is, boy, sure would like to be able to scrape some of that off there and carry it around as a light source. But unfortunately, you would have to deal with the 6 or 7 kobolds that you saw in that room alone. To the left, you don't see anything, but at the end of the tunnel, you can see it's partially blocked by a small rock, easily enough to get over the top of. But it does present a little bit of a blockage getting in there. But you don't see, you can see movement, and then suddenly you'll see like a single kobold kind of walk over this direction off to the left. But then all of a sudden it appears back and walk, but you don't know if it's the same one or there's only one in there. You're not really sure. But you do know that in the other chamber, there's at least 6 or 7 of them. So,
Does it look like I can sneak down that one on the right and look around that blockage?
Yeah, you definitely can. Absolutely. Unless something sort of steps up and looks down the tunnel, you're not for sure.
But if something does that, I'm going to bite him in the face and carry him back with me.
Okay. So you want to move down the tunnel to your left, the map's right?
Yes.
Okay.
As I see him do that, I'm going to kind of ease up to the T, so at least I'm within proximity of helping him.
Roll me a 6-sided dice, Ronnie. Okay. As you get down to the end, suddenly a kobold with a spear sort of gets right here, and he looks down the tunnel, and his eyes go wide for a second, and suddenly it starts screeching out of his honking like, and it grabs a stone from its pouch. I need you to roll initiative, please. And where's mine at? There it is. All right. Oops. What did Ronnie roll? Ronnie rolled a 5. No. All right. It is surprised, so you actually get to act regardless of how begin combat, regardless of how that goes. The kobold goes first, but you get the benefit of surprise, so you got a choice. You can attack it, or you can turn and run.
DM, I'm going to step forward and bite his face off.
All right, so even though it was surprised, you're not going to get an attack, but it can't. Well, let's see, how's this going to work? Surprise round, yeah, I'll give you this. I'll give you the one attack against it, and then we're into actual combat. As you get up to where it's at, you see your eyes, nice hit. Your eyes see that there are 3 other kobolds inside here. Barris, you see suddenly, and actually echoing down the chamber, you hear this honking sort of guttural screeching going on. Barris, you watch Ronnie disappear down the tunnel.
Well, I made a motion to my hands.
Did 6 hit points of damage as Ronnie bites him in his face, and the kobold screeches in pain as it dies.
Did I understand what it said by chance?
Do you speak kobold? I don't think kobold's one of the languages that you can speak.
No, I don't.
Ronnie also does not speak kobold.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So you did not understand, but
Yeah, no.
the gist of it, you know, is some kind of an alarm, because you hear shouts and guttural screams coming from down the right-hand tunnel as well, Barris. And Varys, the rest of you guys up top, you kind of just hear this echoing going on down there.
I'm like, come on. They're going to be coming.
All right.
You guys got weapons, I know.
Is there? He had a spear in his hand, DM.
Yes, he had a spear, and it's lying on the floor right where its dead body is.
I'm trying to
grab that spear in my mouth and run back to give it to one of my teammates.
Okay, I got to see first of all on the initiative how it goes, and I've had like the same initiative every time. All right, so Ronnie gets initiative. Therefore, Ronnie, you haven't got back there that fast, Declan. Sorry. As you guys move down the hallway, Ronnie comes running back here. You meet him right at this T intersection, and he has a spear in his mouth. It's an old... It looks like it's made of old sort of rotten wood, and it has sort of like a broken off shell of some kind, like a hard shell, not the soft sandy limestone you guys have been finding, but it's actually a shell, like an ocean shell, that it's sort of carved and broken off to have to make sort of a makeshift spear that would allow you to do 1 die. Let me double check here.
And DM.
Yep. I want to double check because they give it what in here what the actual yeah, so actually their weapons are constructed of bone and flint. And so the tip of the spear is sort of like this chunk of flint, and it's tied onto this like a arm or a thigh bone. So it's a makeshift. It's a little small for you, so it's going to be a -2 to attack using that as a spear. Anybody that's human size or larger, but if they're small, like halflings and gnomes, they could use it like a little regular spear. But this is kind of awkward how it's made. But for the kobolds, who are rather small anyway, they too can use it as a normal spear. So, that being said, what was the question?
Oh, I was just giving you a hard time. There was
okay. Oh, gotcha. All right.
So Barris will actually warn anybody who's come rushing down to help that I'll just sort of thumb to my left and indicate that we've got some company that might be coming from that direction too.
Okay. As in fact, a kobold suddenly gets up on top of the rock, looking down the tunnel.
Motion for Sad Kill, go ahead.
He sort of steps up on the rock. He targets Ronnie, and you see that he has a makeshift sling.
Armor class 6, DM.
Yep, as that 5 misses. And... darn it. As the second kobold sort of stands next to him. I'm trying to get these both on the same rock, but he also targets Ronnie with his sling. 7 misses. As we are we going to combat these now, or are we going to flee, or what are we going to do?
I'm planning on ripping some kobold face apart, DM.
All right.
I was hoping the other 3 would go fight, and then when he'll grab a weapon off a body and lend a hand.
Okay. So I just want to know right now, Ronnie came and dropped the spear at Deglin's feet. Deglin has a club already. Deglin also has the makeshift club made of sand from the loincloth. I don't know who may have taken that. Zadkiel has a makeshift club. The Dread, the magic user, doesn't have anything yet. And Barris doesn't have anything yet. So Barris could use the makeshift spear if he wanted. Or he could take the club from... Well, Deglin can't use it because it's a spear.
Right.
Yeah, I'll take the spear. I mean, I'm not proficient in a club or a spear, but I'll take the spear.
It's gonna be a -2 anyway. So it's gonna be a -2 to hit, and it does a die 4 damage.
All right.
Just so you're aware to roll. So you don't have to like do anything, but you can manually roll. So, all right. So I am going to. Everybody should be in there. These guys are already in. All right. Like I said, as you're there, you hear the shouts and guttural cries coming from both directions now. So they're coming from the left and the right. So obviously that alarm went off, and the kobolds that were in the chamber to your right also heard. So that being said, let us talk about actions. So we're going to get into the... I don't want to do it over there because then the map gets done. Let us talk about actions. So Deglin, actions?
Depending on which tunnel we go down, I'll be wielding the club.
I will say that the tunnel to the right is only 4 foot tall. So there you would have to almost half crawl to get down there.
Right, so we won't be taking that one.
Yep, the one to the left is taller. It's narrower and thinner and stuff, and you can only go one at a time. And it's sort of partially blocked by a rock at the end. So what are your actions going to be? You're going to use your club?
Yep.
Okay. Ronnie.
Go down that narrow tunnel and fight a kobold again.
Gotcha. Varys, any actions?
I'm gonna try and sneak in and grab a weapon from a dead kobold.
Okay.
Once my friends have killed a few.
Okay. Zadkiel? Monkey?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna attack the kobolds as well.
Okay. With
My
loincloth?
slings or whatever. Yeah, my loincloth.
All right. Varys, you now have that half spear.
Yes, as a self-proclaimed tactician, I'm going to just try to direct the gang as they're going down the hallway. Let's see if we can draw them out and into our defensible position one at a time in the hallway. Is a lot better to fight than, you know, how many ever there are down there. Otherwise, I'll take up a position with the spear and get ready.
Okay. All right. So, once again, we roll initiative as the kobolds. I believe. No. Oops. That's a tie. Or was it? Yep, it was a tie. Yeah, it was a tie. Yeah. All right. So the party gains initiative. Move back up to give Ronnie, you're up. You see that you can see 3 kobolds straight ahead at the end of the tunnel. You can see one standing on top of the rock and the other 2 behind it with spears. The one on the rock has a sling.
Going for that one with the sling right in front of me. I, for some reason, can't move again.
Okay. There you go. Nine. Let's see. You are what? What's your hit? Well, do you attack as the creature or do you attack at using yours? I don't remember.
Mine.
Yeah, double check to make sure, because a lot of times when you switch over it, and by the way, if you got, I was gonna say, if you guys didn't already, make sure you max your hit points out, because your hit points are all healed.
It says that, you know, in becoming in all respects the animal except the mind. So I would say maybe I do attack as the
I would say you attack as the badger. So what's the hit dice of the badger?
3 DM.
Hit die 3.
Plus 3.
Yep. 3 plus 3. So that's against armor class 8. You need an 8 or better to hit it. You got a 9. Four hit points of damage as once again you leap at this thing and you grab it by the throat and rip its throat out before it has a chance to do anything. It's Ronnie. Deglin.
So I'm gonna run, if I can, down this hallway.
Yep.
Can I get past
Yes.
the weasel?
Yeah, you can, because he's actually on the rock, so you can sort of squeeze around him.
All right, and then I'm gonna. I guess can I? Yeah. I go right there, I guess, and
Yep.
then attack this guy.
Yep. So don't forget, there's a -2 on your attack. No, it's a club. Never mind. You don't get the -2 because you're proficient with a club. I was
and I
thinking you had the
charge.
spear.
And I
Yep. So you get a +2. Yep.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, so close.
I'm telling you,
was-
these dice
That
are cursed.
20 was right there as you swing down, and you just barely miss. All right, Zadkiel. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Yep, Zadkiel, you can make it all the way down. And you can swing at the one on the left.
All right, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, go ahead and roll. And you get a +2 for your attack, and you get a +2 for your strength, and then a -2 for the proficiency, so therefore you get an overall +2 on your roll to hit.
Okay.
What did I tell you? I'm telling you, these dice are cursed.
Woo! I like it. Varus.
This whole game is cursed.
Alright, I'm gonna try and sneak down here.
Okay.
Have faith, new comrades.
53, you managed to sneak down. But unfortunately, the hallway is blocked where Zadkiel and this massive and the Badger and Deglin, so you can't get past those guys.
I'll just wait and hopefully
Okay.
something will come by and me and Paris can jump on.
Okay. All right. Barris.
All right. Has there been any movement from my right down the other tunnel?
No.
Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna.
there's shouts and stuff, but there's no movement yet. They haven't had a chance to react.
Okay, I'm going to hold here at the corner and just, I guess, reserve my. I should be able to keep an eye on the blocked tunnel, and then I'm going to try to just sneak along the side wall here and wait, similar to what Varus was indicating, and just see if, kind of stand rear guard, if you will.
Yeah. Got it. All right. And I didn't have him because I had his wrong status. He moves up and he says, I have a spell of magical force that I can use, but I only have one, so I'm going to save it unless dire circumstance require. So he has a magic missile spell that he can use, but he doesn't want to use it right yet.
Yeah, I give a thumbs up to him as I
All right.
hide in the shadows.
You guys see appearing in the... You go. Oh. So you see appearing a couple of kobolds start to appear down at the end of the tunnel. Looks like they've got slings and spears as well. This next kobold standing there with his spear, he targets the Badger.
AC 6.
Yep. 17 as he hits you for, that should not be, is it D4? Yep. As he hits you for 4 hit points of damage. And I believe you have the hit points of the Badger, right?
I have my hit.
Oh, is it your hit? Yeah, again, I'm not 100% up on the when you change into another animal. I thought you in all respects become the animal, so you should have its hit die, so you should have 3d8 hit points. Because I know when you change, I know that when you change back and forth, you heal like 60% of your damage or something like that, if I read that correctly.
Yeah,
if I remember reading that.
60%.
Yeah, so if you were to say get down to 0, you would still be able to get back 60%, but you would be converted back to yourself or whatever the case may be. But anyway, it hits you for 4. We don't have to worry about that now until we start getting down in hit points, as there are a whole bunch of kobolds to go. As one steps up on here and he looks down the hall and he spies Varus and his sling.
Well, I made a high roll.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Thank you.
Fine.
Yep. So he does not see you.
I'm
But-
hoping he'll come down and we can ambush him.
Yeah. Right now you see that he has, they're sort of up on the wall, sort of looking down to see what's going on, not coming down the hall though.
I raise my fingers to my eyes and I look at Varus and I just say, you know, with my eyes, show me when something's coming.
And another one appears. And you see more movement as creatures are beginning to flood the entryway in that direction. And you hear guttural shouts coming from in there as if somebody is giving commands. As this kobold takes his spear and jabs it at the urine-clad or the urine-soaked rag of sand that Zadkiel is swinging at him. 17. Nope. As he hits for 1 hit point of damage to Zadkiel.
Yeah, and just remember, DM, I have that ability to attack all the kobolds in my range.
That's the new, it's, what is it? It's like, yeah, because they're like under 1 hit dice or something like that.
Yeah.
What's that rule? Tell me it again, because I know it, but I don't know it like verbatim what it says.
It was Ronnie's the one that informed us about it. I can't.
Yeah.
Ronnie,
Yeah, so he can kill as many up to his level that
Gotcha.
are within range.
Gotcha. Yep. So that means you can attack up to 7 that are in your range. Gotcha. Thanks for bringing that back up. Alrighty. Where are we now? From down... Ooh, where'd that happen? Who is that? That's bizarre. Oh, it went to the next round. That was kind of weird. Oh, that's... God darn it. Let me add these guys. Deglin, as you guys are taking on, you see movement coming from the south. As you see a pair of kobolds coming to reinforce those that you guys are attacking right now. All right.
2 more coming from a right.
All right, so back to the actions. Deglin, you are continuing with your club.
Yep.
Ronnie is continuing his face-ripping maneuver.
Yep.
Varus.
I'm going to give the finger to one of these kobolds
Okay.
and then immediately duck into the tunnel to see if
okay.
they'll come down so Varus can jump them and then I can get a weapon.
Gotcha. Okay. Zadkiel, clubbing.
I'm gonna move forward, push myself forward, and get as many kobolds in my range.
Yeah, there's only 2 right now. There's only the 2 guys right there. So,
Okay.
who rolled and why?
That was Ronnie, just in case you wanted me to do a 3 hit dice. I
Oh,
rolled-
gotcha. Okay.
And I rolled
gotcha.
very good.
Yes, you did. So right now you had 25, and we're just going to leave it at 25. So we'll say after the hit you took 20.
-4.
Okay, you could do that. So you're at 21. Okay, good call. Thank you. All right. So, Barris, anything different that you're going to do? Just going to hang out waiting for these things to come down?
Yeah, at this point, unless the other tunnel cleared up, which it doesn't look like it did, so.
Yep, exactly. Okay. I'm gonna clear this real quick. Varus, go ahead and give me a percentile check, please.
Alright.
All right. As you duck, well, go ahead and duck. Well, we'll do it later. We'll see. We'll see what happens. As we go to roll in it. Why is it got? Damn it! Somebody is a neutral. Hang on a second. Really, this is irritating. Really irritating me. Keep setting him back to hostile. And I'm going to re-roll initiative. And it's still got 3. What the fuck? It thinks there's 3 groups of characters in there, and I don't know why. Alright, hang on a second. I'm going to have to get rid of Deglin. I'm going to re-add Deglin. And he's the way he's supposed to be now. Okay. Now we roll. There we go. And the party ends up with initiative. So, Ronnie, you're up. (11) As a 3-hit die, you only need like a 8 or something to hit him. So, go ahead and roll thy damage. As another one has his face ripped off by the rabidly wild weasel. Nicely done. You going to move at all, or are you going to stay where you're at?
You know what, Dan? I'll move right up here to give
you can move up to 10 feet.
Ally a little space.
Move up to 10 feet. Okay. All right, then. Deglin.
I'm gonna move to here, I guess, and
Okay.
attack this guy.
Okay, get +4 for attacking from behind.
Awesome.
So that means you get a +2 total. No,
Well,
never mind. I keep forgetting. Never mind. I keep forgetting.
Here we go.
One of these days I'll remember what the rules are. Hey, as you hit.
Yes. Die 6.
Your club does die 6. Yep.
Is there any from hitting from
No.
behind extra damage? No.
No.
Let's knock him out.
Roll a 1 for me. Yeah. As you manage to take him out. Zadkiel. As you step in, you see there's no foes, but you, according to Deglin, there are 2 creatures coming from the south.
I'm gonna meet them and seal their fate.
Okay.
Maybe if we can bottleneck them right here at this spot. And how do you make that crosshatch mark?
Left mouse click and just hold it.
Okay. Trying, yeah.
Just click on a spot and just hold it for a second, and it'll end up showing up.
There we go. So bottleneck them right there.
It's up to you. Your move there, Zadkiel. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna. What did you say? I didn't see the point where you pointed.
All right, I'll do it again.
Yeah, but then I have to wait. I'm gonna rush in.
Oh, okay. You can do that too.
Yep. Yep. Go ahead and attack. You only get +2 on one of them, though.
Okay, and do I attack with each of them separately, or is that just?
Yeah, no, you'll do each one separate attack, but the first one that you attack, you get a +2 because of the charge, but the other one.
Okay, first one.
19 hits.
Yeah, 21.
Yep.
And the second one.
Oh, you need to roll your damage first. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they both hit. That's all right. Doesn't matter. Your strength bonus alone takes them out. All right, Varus.
And I'm gonna pick.
You're gonna what? Gonna pick? They both had spears, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up their weapons.
All right, so you now have 2 makeshift spears.
So an elf, I say, "Hey, you little shrimps, F you," and then I go around the corner.
Okay.
What
So
did he say to us? I don't understand that human.
as they come, 2 of them come charging out. Well, let me do these first. I want to see what order they
I'll
go.
let Varys,
Yep.
stab
Yep.
him.
So the
Tell
wizard,
him-
seeing you come in, he stands back a little bit.
I tell him to hit back.
Barris is awaiting. So Barris, you hear him say that, and you hear shouts coming from there as if somebody is scrambling over the rocks to come your direction. What do you want to do?
I'm going to ease up to the corner with my spear at the ready,
Okay.
and as soon as I see something, stabby.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So now let's see what order we go here. Yep. So this one comes right in here. Go ahead and roll your attack, Barris, as this first one arrives.
Okay, it's going to roll together, but just look at the attack, I guess.
That's fine. Uh, 14, I believe, hits. And against small, 4 hit points of damage. I think this one. Yep. As it comes around a corner and you immediately impale it on your makeshift spear, doing that 4 points of damage. As a second one comes around the corner, immediately launches his spear at Varys. I need to see what Varys' armor class is. What's your 6 because of your dexterity, right?
Yep.
All right, so 6.
Grab a weapon off
Yeah.
the dead one.
Yep. He actually just hit you because he gets a +2 on his charge. He needed a 14 or better to hit, so he hits.
All right. Well, I mean, often this guy.
He does 4 hit points of damage
All right.
as the spear catches you.
Yep.
All right. Now let's see who's next. As another one comes down the tunnel, targets with his sling, targets the half-elf, the new half-elf Barris. 5 is a sling bullet. You see that these guys actually have good rocks, and the rock sort of ricochets right next to your head, sending a splatter of shale and limestone and stuff over your face as you just barely get your head out of the way. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending upon how you look at it,
Oh!
this one stops to wait. He is moving over here. This one comes down the hall. Can't quite get because he has a spear. And this one stops there. I'm gonna double check and make sure what I got. Yep. All right. I think that's gonna be all of them. Nope. Yep. So we are back to the top of the order. Ronnie? Actions? Actually, I should say, let me go back in order. Deglin?
I'm going to be charging down. Oh, there's nobody left to hit, is there? I'm gonna go,
Nope.
I'm gonna go down with Zadkill.
Okay. You go down with Zadkill. All right, now Ronnie.
Yeah, I figure those 2 are probably going to be able to handle that. So I'm going to go down this tunnel and attack these buggers from behind like a rabid weasel that I am.
All right. Varys.
I'm going to take weapons off the dead kobold and yell, "Zadkill, Dangling!"
Okay.
and then try to help Bears.
All right, you will manage to get a makeshift spear, a -2 to attack, 1 to 4 damage.
No
Zadkiel, from where you're at, you can actually see that there is an first of all, there's sort of in this room you're in, you can see that there's some glowing lichen filling the water in a little pool to the south. And you can also see a narrow exit tunnel leading out to the right. So what are your actions going to be?
I'm gonna be like, I found the way out. Hurry! And as I tell them, as the first unarmed guy that comes through, give him the other spear.
Okay.
But if Kobold comes through, I'm gonna stab it.
Okay. Barris, action.
I'm going to go ahead and try to continue to stab the little guy in front of me.
Yep, gotcha. Okay. As we roll initiative. As the kobolds go first. As I want to make sure I'm at the top of the order. Okay, there we are. That kobold is going to wait. This kobold with his spear still targeting Barris. 15 hits. 5 hit points of damage to Barris.
I yell out in Orcish, "You fool!"
What are you doing? I'm your friend. All right, this one targets the elf. He takes a swing at Varus. 15 hits. Yeah, it's... Oh, no, wait, hang on. Oh, yeah, it does. I think it needed a 14 to hit. See, this is what I always talk about, Barris, about the fact that OSC is sometimes off by 1 or something like that for...
Yeah.
Armor class 6.
Hey, Paladin! Where are you?
As he stabs you for 4 hit points of damage.
Ow. I'm really mad that all my stuff's wrong.
That kobold's, is waiting. He is waiting. This one tries his sling. He can only see the elf. So he's going to try to sling at a -2, trying to get through his partner. Ah, 16 still hits, but he only does like die 4 damage. So 2 hit points of damage as a sling stone sort of ricochets off the wall, smacking off the side of your head, kind of ringing your bell slightly, but not doing a whole lot of damage, but it's enough to let you know he's there.
Which elf?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're the half-elf. Varus is the elf, so Varus got hit.
Ah, gotcha.
And the last one is going to wait. And Ronnie, you're up.
Can you move me down that hallway, DM?
I sure can.
And if I can get behind one of those guys, I'd love
Yep.
to.
And you get a +6 since you charged, and you're attacking from behind. Oh yeah, that hits. Don't even bother rolling. He's only got 2 hit points.
Yeah, but that's all taking my joy.
All right, there he goes. You drop another one. Nicely done.
Ronnie's covered in kobold blood.
Right,
Deglin, as you can't really see anything because it's pitch black in here. There's no light here at all.
Well, I remember where...
Oh, wait, never mind. You have a light spell on you.
I have the light
I
spell,
forgot.
yeah.
Yep, you are correct. I forgot.
So I come down with Zadkill.
Okay.
Hand him off a spear.
I don't need a spear. I can't use it. So use 2. Remember, if you cut the shaft off them, they're 2 daggers.
Use
That's
the
what the
blunt.
spear is.
Use the blunt end as a staff.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to use the blunt end of the spear.
Zadkill.
Since nobody came, what do I do?
Well,
Did they tell me there were more coming?
I hollered like 3 times.
We need to come up from behind. We need to flank them.
Well, we don't know. Is that flanking? I don't know where that goes.
Well, it's
bluffing.
At least it goes to the, what is that? The west. So unless you want to go back up that hallway.
Okay, I guess I'll go as far as I can this way until I encounter something. Whoops.
Okay.
I don't know what you would make me think. I mean,
so as you step, first of all, hang on. As you step through, I'm moving you. As soon as you step through, you see that there is an opening to the right that's sort of blocked by a couple of boulders, and you can see movement through there. But you also see straight ahead, you can see that there is a heavy amount of glowing like lichen, and you can hear shouts and guttural cries coming from that direction.
Do they sound like my companions?
No, it sounds more like kobold.
Okay. I do the pally thing and go the other way.
Okay.
The anti-pally thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know which. I mean, they don't sound. I mean, would I suspect that that's my? I mean, I don't really know that's not them. So, I mean, what would I?
Oh, you don't know. You don't. I mean, you know that when you came in, there were 2 tunnels, one to the right and one to the left. You went left. You went left, and you know that there were kobolds to the right. So that's basically what you know.
Okay, so I guess what I would do is I would go back toward the party, because now if I hear this noise and it doesn't sound like my party members, I know that it's probably not my party members.
Yep.
So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know how far I can go though.
You just went 30 feet. You can go another 60.
Ooh, there's 40.
Why are you going? I don't know where are you going?
I was trying to go.
I thought you were. Are you going back to the party?
Yeah, because I don't want to leave them behind.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so here, like right about here's where you were.
I heard somebody yelling, saying, "Help! We're kobolds 3 times."
This is like really weird to me. Okay, all right, so you went there. You can get right about there.
Okay.
And you see a giant badger finishing off, ripping the face off of one of these kobolds.
Sorry, I'm late.
All right, Varys. You have a makeshift spear, -2 to attack, D4 damage.
Yep.
Against armor class 8.
I hate you.
Yeah.
What'd I do? It's not my fault you guys wanted to come in and attack.
That's your fault. All my dudes going.
New guy will take the blame for it.
Yep. Oh, the other new guy. Okay, cool, because I got a new guy too. All right, Dread does nothing because he's using it as emergencies only. And Barris.
All right, since there's still one in front of me that I just can't seem to stab to death, I'm going to try to stab him to death.
Okay. I do want to say, that's it, Fear the Gnarly Toes. 11, I believe, hits.
Remember, it's a 9. I have the -2 baked into the roll.
Okay, that's fine. Or a... Yep. You're 8th level, right? Or 7th level? Sorry.
I'm 7th. That should actually hit, what
6.
is it? AC 5?
Yep, 6 hits, and you did 3 damage.
Yes, sir.
That's enough.
Fear the Gnarly Toes!
I love it. Absolutely love it. Not really. It's funny. Not just kidding. All right. As we come to the next round of combat. Actions, Ronnie? I'll let you action first.
Face.
All right. Deglin?
I'm going to try to sneak around from behind.
Okay. Varys?
Sorry.
You're good.
I'm gonna try and get behind him and past him.
Okay. Gonna be tough to get behind him because he is back against the wall.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Never mind. I'll just stay here.
Okay.
And let the ranger and the weasel have him.
Gotcha. Zadkiel.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush all of them.
Okay.
However many I can get in the mix.
Okay. Varus. Same thing. Try to stabby stab, or you're gonna wait for him to move up on you.
No, I'm gonna run towards that one that's at the T juncture and
Okay.
try to stab.
All right. As we roll for initiative. As the kobolds win initiative. Oops. Damn it. Did it again. Son of a bitch. Sorry. Good. They won initiative again anyway. Try to get this right. Okay. This one. Yep. Charges down the hall and attacks the badger.
We don't need those sticky badgers.
Yeah. 6 misses. As this one charges down the hall, comes right around the corner, sees the elf, swings his makeshift spear at Varus. 9 plus 2, 11. Oh, you have armor class 6 anyway, so that misses. This guy waits. This one attacks the elf again. This again at a -2 with his sling. So close, misses as well. And the last one is going to wait. And now we are back to the wild badger. Go ahead, Ronnie. A 3 misses.
Had to happen at some point.
Yep. All right, Deglin.
All right. You said I can move 120. So
Correct, 120.
I'm going to move here just so I can, if I can.
You can't, just let me know, I'll move you.
Not sure the Twitch stream is updating.
Yeah, it is now. Because once again, I have something open that covers the map, but if I'm not focused on the viewer map, then it won't update the stream. Because I'm watching the DM map. I got 2 different maps doing the same thing. One of them is a view, the other one is a DM's view. So anyway, so that was 25 feet of movement to get where you're at right there.
All right, so go
As you look in there, you can see what looks to be a nursery. There's a single kobold standing there with a spear, and she's like looking at you, and she's just growling. And there's about a half a dozen young kobolds behind her, cowering up in the northern part of the room. As she sort of looks at you, she just sort of aims her spear at you and just.
I charge her.
Okay, hang on. She attacks you first. As she misses. Okay.
All right. Now I attack her.
Yep.
Okay.
And you get your +2 bonus. Hits. Just enough. Just enough to take her down. As she lets out a death cry. And the little baby kobolds, all very young, start squealing and crying and hissing at you as any child would. That kill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go kill them.
Okay.
Do I know their children?
You have no idea. There's no children where you're at.
Right there. I don't know how many.
That's fine. You can get 3. You have to do 3 separate attacks, though.
It's fine. Here we go.
$17 hits. 10. Hang on a second. I think that hits.
She's got a strength
that hits.
bonus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That hits. See, the thing about Zadkiel is he doesn't use the thing. He just uses regular dice roll. He doesn't use the thing that we have built in that'll do the automatic updates and everything for you, but that's fine. All right, go ahead and roll your 3 sets of damage. Well, actually, I don't even have to worry about it because your strength bonus took all 3 of them out. Okay.
Makes me longer.
Yep. Varys, you watch as Zadkiel comes running up behind Ronnie, starts pummeling these 3 kobolds, dropping all of them where they stand with his wet bag of sand.
My hero.
And his spear. All right.
Save some for us.
I'm pointing to the one down the hall.
As you see, there are 2 standing there on top of the rock. One of them, the one on over here, actually has a shield of some kind that he has, and he's got a spear in his hand, and the other one has a spear as well, and they're both standing there defiant, hissing and growling at you.
Can I pick up one of the slings and use it?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Since I'm actually proficient. And these are stones.
Yeah.
Not bullets.
Correct.
So let's do D20. It's 3 because of my dice. Oh, I'm rolling 1 die. It's been a long day.
Wait, what was that for?
I was
going to say. Yeah, as you hit.
And then, remember what the stone damage is offhand. Look it up. Stone is D4. Oh, okay.
Two.
Twos.
All right. The stone cracks on that kobold's head. It lets out a squeal in pain, but does not fall.
I'm like, damn him! And I move back over here.
All right. Is he? And Barris, you are up.
All right, I think I'm gonna run into the hallway and charge the one that just got stoned in the head.
Okay. Go ahead and go. You get a +2 on your attack bonus. Hits. For 1 point of damage. Just enough to take it out. Just enough to take it out. Oop. That wasn't right. Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Okay. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and roll for initiative, and we're just going to go as this one steps down. You see that he, unlike his others, is where's it at? Sorry, I have to go double check just to make sure I'm not using myself. He is brandishing a short sword as he
Daddy wants that. I can use it.
Me too. Me too.
Yep. $17 hits for 6 hit points of damage.
Ow!
Ronnie.
All right, Dan, can you move me up there? I'm going to bite him in the face.
You dope. Face away. I believe that hits. His armor class is 7, so that does hit. Lucky him. As you manage to pierce his defenses easily, bowling him over, knocking him onto his back as you rip out his throat as the last of the kobolds falls. You guys find yourselves once again alone in here. But Deglin is missing. Nobody knows where Deglin is at, but that's okay, because that's where we are going to take a break, as we are a little bit overdue. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. For those of you that just got here, welcome. For those that have been here a while, thanks for staying. We're going to be back in, give or take, about 15 minutes. That's typically what we do. And in the meantime, we are just going to listen to the smooth, silky sounds of our very own Monkey Boogers. If you have not been to his channel before, I highly recommend it. And again, when we come back, we're going to figure out, what's our party doing? Are they going to do something with the children? Figure out what happened to their comrade Deglin, because he is not with them as they stand in this upper hallway. But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll be back in a few. Thanks. Hey, don't forget to click the follow button, and don't forget, if you every 100 bits that are cheered, you can give a +1 to the party members. Don't forget, everybody, you still have a +2 available to all of you except Ronnie. Ronnie, you still have a +1 available. So anyway, we'll be back in about 15. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back, players.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Wait. Degler, you there? Trying to figure out what level I'm supposed to be.
You should have. Well,
Degler said he was level 8, and then I looked
yeah,
at
mine. I'm level 8 as well.
and I looked at the XP requirement, and that should make me level 7 instead of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be
But I
level
don't
7.
know where all that XP came from. I'm like,
Because if
He
you would have paid
leveled us
attention,
after we killed the 3 slavers.
yeah,
And
I
then
made.
so we leveled again.
Yeah, we leveled after we killed the 3 slavers, and then he gave us 500 XP plus, any bonus you get for high stats.
Okay, so that's what the thing is.
Yeah, he said take the minimum for the next level. So whatever level 7 is for you, what the minimum amount, and add 500.
Yeah, well, that makes a big difference because I got to roll my hit points again, and then
Yep.
I get 2 attacks instead of 1.
Yep. Yeah, it's all in the loot channel. You just gotta scroll up a little bit.
I was looking for it this whole time.
Yeah, I wrote it all to you in the main chat as well. Told you.
Okay, I'm not seeing it now.
I would love 2 attacks, but I got one more level to
You're a
go.
ranger, you get 2 attacks with a bow.
Not till level 8, I think.
Oh, my bad. You get 2 hit die roll. Though it's like the start, you get 1 extra.
Yeah. Sorry about the sound quality. I can't hear anything over here that's conflicting, so I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, it sounds like a rotary phone. But
Strange, and then the inability to see is frustrating too. I tried 2 different machines, one with a high-powered graphics card and the one I'm running on, which doesn't.
Yeah,
neither one of them are rendering the map. So I'm like,
that's
well,
weird, 'cause I'm
and
using
there has
gaming
been issues
laptop from 2 years ago and been working
Yeah,
fine.
there have been issues with Forge on people's machines and stuff
Oh,
before.
yeah.
So,
Yep.
and so I bring stuff up to them, but it's just like I can't repeat it. It could be the browser you're using. It could be just about anything. I think eventually, if I get a chance, I may just self-host. So we'll see.
yeah, I've had the console open and trying to see if there's any errors browser-wise, and
Right.
I'm not seeing anything, but
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Ronnie had a little bit of problem at the very beginning, but he had a machine that was, I think he had a Mac that was made in like 2000 or something like that when he first got on.
No.
He was running Windows ME or something like that.
Yeah.
nice.
Just kidding.
Windows 3.1.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out with us out there. We got some old school faces out there, man. I haven't seen Cardman in forever, and all of a sudden, poof, there's Cardman. It's like, damn. Cardman was... used to have a thing when we first started streaming where I said, when I had a giveaway. Now, I don't have things to get, like, I'm not sponsored or anything, so I never got anything that I could actually give away. So I used to raffle off where you could pick a random encounter for the next stream. And Cardman, his random encounter was ghouls. And so the party fought 4 ghouls. They were just coming out of the bottom, or they just been in the moat house from the temple of the village of Hamlet. They were in the moat house, and they came out, and they got attacked by like 4 ghouls. Almost took the party out. Like, the last ghoul they could not bring down for the life of them. And that last ghoul almost took them out. And then down in the bottom of the is where we lost our first character, Ukla. Good old Ukla. Here lies Ukla. Yep.
I have not forgotten.
Yeah. But I do appreciate everybody coming by and hanging out with us. We'll officially be back in a couple minutes, so. Well, Cardman, as I have said, you can go. Hey, DM, what's up, brother? DM 221532. Have no idea what that number means, but it's got to mean something. It's like 8675309.
Sounds like, hut.
Yep. Hut. Blue 24. Hut. Armin. Dude, man, you still here? Isn't it like way late on your time or really early or something like that?
It's like 15 hours ahead, right?
I don't know, something like that. It's either 15 hours ahead or 9 hours behind. Haven't decided which. We did do 8, 1, 2, and 3, Cardman. Although I will say that they never did kind of complete all of them. Although they did complete A3. A3 is the most complete one they did. A2, they went in on so they got hired by a priest of Tritherion, and that priest of Tritherion, while they were investigating A1, the priest himself was captured, and so the temple guys that worked for the priest who originally hired them said, hey, can you go get him? And they tracked him to the stockade, and they got him out of the stockade, and they never went back and did anything. They took out one of the leaders, but they never went back, and they never got Marquesa or anything like that, so.
We were too good for that.
That's it. Armin is in the future. So let me know what the lottery numbers are. As soon as the Mega Millions post, Armin, let me know what it is. I can go buy a ticket real quick.
Well,
yeah, it really is.
Didn't get Marquesa, the multiple Castle Entertainment Marquesa modules are still open to us.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, it is kind of tough. I just been... If I hit the lottery, I am going to make this stream a 5-day-a-week thing. Guarantee it.
5-day-a-week shit show.
That's it, man. And I am going to get a hot tub. And I am going to DM from a hot tub.
Hot tub. Gotta kiss myself. Hey.
Yeah, I can tell you that. Gamble of treasure versus survival is true. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll be back officially back here in about 40 seconds as we bring you guys back into the world of Greyhawk as our party decides what they're going to do.
All right, DM, I'm rolling a 10-sided die.
4. Wow, you're only. I thought you already rolled for 7th level.
No, 6th.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you rolled for 7th.
Because when I heard Degnan say he's 8th level, I was like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, I just leveled to 6. And I looked at the XP and I was like, I should be 7th.
Yes, you're
so
7th.
I was talking to guys and they said, because I was lost, I don't know how that happened. So
it's because you're always sleeping when we game. So you need to wake up once in a while and watch the game that we're playing. Or you can just go back and watch the stream. Hey man, we're back. Hey buddy. Appreciate you guys coming back with us. I appreciate you guys coming back with us. There we go. 8 hit points plus your constitution bonus.
9.
Yep. So I just want to say for the record, and I know we were talking about it on the stream with Cardman, he hasn't seen anybody do A4 that he knows. At least I'm not sure. Honest to God's truth, I have never run this adventure ever. This is my first time actually running it, which is why I was a little nervous because I wasn't going to run it. However, when Arthur died and we had Barris coming in, I felt how good of a way to bring in another character than to have him be captured by the slavers with you guys. Give me the opportunity to run this, and then we can go from where I was planning on going after this. But I just thought it was an exciting opportunity. I even created, or I should say, Dread Delgrath is one of the original pre-generated characters from the A4 adventure. So that's why I took him. We needed a magic user, so I said, you know what? We're just going to put him in there. And so that is why he was here.
Well, you're doing a hell of a fine job.
I
appreciate it. I know. You don't have to tell me that. I mean, I know I'm doing a damn fine job. But...
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How many sling stones can I find?
18 total.
And I want to put any pouches or anything in?
No. Nothing. They had them just little, and it looks, most of these are stones, right? So they look like they have gone out and probably pilfered. Okay. This entire place has really been sandy that you guys have been walking on. It's a little smoother here. It looks like they've kept it in sort of pristine condition. And from you, what it looks to you, they probably haven't gone out and like sifting through the sand trying to find these rocks as they've been trying to survive down here, right? So you've got 18 sling stones. You have 5 slings that you guys can use. You have you have 7 makeshift spears that will do die 6 damage. You can use them as actual spears. I'm sorry, die 4, not die 6. They do die 4 damage. In addition, the leader had a shield and a short sword. I'm just gonna double check some of the things that I haven't missed.
So who wants dibs on the shield and short sword? Should we give it to the paladin?
Yeah, let's give it to the paladin.
Who wants these spears?
Well, I had an idea about the spears once we meet back up. Spears are basically daggers on long poles, right? So cut a handle off at the length of what a dagger would be for the handle, and then use this spear part, wrap some of our spare loincloths around them, and use them as torches.
Well, there's flowing fungus in this cavern that we can take.
So, yeah, but we're going to have to carry it around in our hand unless we got some kind of glass jar or something.
Well, I mean, let's search this cavern.
Yeah, like I said, these spears are actually, they're not wood. Sorry, these spears that you found, they're constructed of bone. With flint spearheads, and they're held together. It looks like by animal sort of sinew, right? So it looks like they've sort of taxidermied theirselves some makeshift spears.
And mine's been working pretty good, so.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the spear for now, but I'm taking a sling and the stones.
I would like to say that we should rename this module A4, The Rise of Barris.
All right.
I'm going to search this cavern. Anything else useful.
Okay. Yep.
And
I'll be
all right. So I just want to make sure everybody updates their own character sheet. So Zadkiel is getting a short sword. Correct? Is that what we said?
For
the
now,
paladin?
until we find some other here.
Are you going to take the shield too, or?
I mean, you can use it if you want.
Yeah, I'd rather have a shield because I'm at like a 10 armor class. I don't know if you have a dexterity bonus or not.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
So if I could take the shield, that'll be 9.
All right. So Zadkiel gets the short sword. Deglin gets the shield. Varys takes 18 sling stones and 1 sling, or is that what you planned on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm keeping the spear. I'm gonna undo my loincloth, make a bag.
Okay.
Make it like a pouch.
Like a pouch of some kind, gotcha.
Yeah, and put the stones in it.
Okay.
And tie it to me.
Okay, I'll get you. That'll make sense.
And, have the sling as well.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. And so then...
I'm going to scavenge the fumbles for anything.
Yep. Okay, so Barris, you still have your makeshift spear then. So you have a bone spear with a flint head.
That is correct. I will try and call dibs on any shield we may find in the future because I too have an AC of 10 and no dex bonus. I was, on the low bar of Ranger School.
Got it. Okay.
He did the bare minimum.
Yep. All right. So like I said, in this room that you are in, right, and I'm going to move the wizard in there as well. So in here, the wizard takes the spear makeshift and he undoes the sinew and he takes the flint and sort of stuffs it in his loincloth, on the side of his loincloth, to act as like a dagger. So the flint head itself, the spear head, he takes his... See? Stop making me laugh, it hurts. And so as you look around this room that you're in now, you can see that it's some kind of a throne room. There's a little bit of lichen over all the walls, providing a slight glow. It's a little more pronounced where the throne chair is. Deglin, you know that there are a half a dozen small baby kobolds up in that chamber. Most of them probably just a couple of years old at the tops. And then you also know on the far chamber there's a pool of water with some more lichenous stuff there. And it looks to be what they had of some kind of a net hooked up in the back of the pool of water. There's a net sort of strung up, and you could see that there's a stream of water that runs out of the walls and dumps into the pool. But they have the net hanging up there, apparently catching what might be coming out of that pool of water.
Well, at least we got something to drink. We may not have any food.
Well, I'm going to search the throne area.
Okay.
For any treasure or anything hidden.
Okay. Let's see. So give me a search check real quick, please.
Sure.
Nicely done. So in a small pit covered with a flat stone on the back side of the throne, you open it up, and inside you can see that there are 4 pieces of copper, 6 silver pieces, a half of a gold piece, and 3 white pearls.
All right.
Valued at about 100 gold apiece.
I mean, who eats half a gold piece?
I don't know.
Hack silver.
Dread, as you pick that stuff up, says, "Oh, excuse me, may I have one of those copper coins, please?"
Sure.
Thank you. It makes a good spell component should I need to read somebody's mind. And he sticks the copper piece into his loincloth. Minus
I'd
1
like to look
copper
at that
piece.
water, DM. I might be able to swim in there as a weasel.
So, you want to go ahead and go over there and check it out? You can.
Yeah, well, we might want to have some water because we've been walking around in here.
We should all go get some water.
Yep.
I'll show you where.
Yeah,
I show you where those 6 kobold children are.
So as you walk by, there are four kobold children of varying ages, but probably the oldest is probably maybe 2 years old.
Teenagers.
There's another spear in there that I took off the mom. So if anybody else still.
If you guys could hold on to that spear for me until I'm humanoid shape again, I would be appreciated.
I mean, you can have the one I have if you really want it. I mean,
Yeah, I'll hold on to it.
There's like 7 of them.
So as you guys, when you guys get to the water chamber, you can see that, as I said, there's water running out of a hole toward the ceiling, and they have this net underneath it catching. And as you see in the net, there's actually 2 fish flopping around inside of it.
Woohoo! Dinner!
Yeah.
The pool itself is only a couple of feet deep, apparently, just enough to rinse all the grime and grit and blood off the giant weasel's mouth. But it's only about shin deep. It's not like deep, but it is cool water, and it appears to be clear and fresh, not salted.
Let's all drink from it before the weasel takes them back.
You better hurry up, because I'm getting ready to jump in there and do weasel flips.
All right.
Yes,
grab the fish too. What about the net? We could probably maybe use the net for something.
Yeah, well, we can try resting here.
That's what I was thinking too. It might be a good place to rest and recoup our spells.
Yep. Because we definitely need to rest and try and eat something.
Unfortunately, I cannot recover any spells, but if you find me a prism, perhaps I can with these spell scrolls.
Yeah. Scrolls.
Would that gem of seeing that I keistered before they knocked us all out, would that work?
Yeah, no. nice try. Never gonna look there.
My prison wallet. It was my prison wallet.
Yeah.
That uncomfortable hunk of metal.
Nature's suitcase.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, we have that timber.
As you guys are sort of cleaning up, suddenly the floor once again rocks and shakes. Bits and pieces of rubble from up top sort of crash down into the water, sending splashes everywhere as a chunk, perhaps, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 pounds, is loosened from the ceiling and splashes down into the water. Bits and pieces of shale and limestone come crashing down around you guys, doing no damage, but causing a big dust up from the sand and just like meteors coming down. There's a huge groaning sound as you can almost feel in slow motion as the cave you're in sort of shifts sideways and then shifts back, almost like you're on a boat of some kind in the ocean where it's just sort of rocks back and forth and almost slow-mo, but it's just like you can almost feel the ground beneath your feet shifting and heaving. It lasts for about 2 or 3 minutes when it begins to settle down. Somebody give me an intelligence check.
Somebody with a good intelligence. I have a sucky one. I have an 8 intelligence. Somebody higher.
I've got an 11. DM, do I notice anything as a druid about what's going on here with this?
So you being an earth guy, you know that there are forces beneath the ground that sort of go against one another that can cause earthquakes and things like that. There is something going on beneath your feet, but what troubles you more is that it's when you guys first felt those when you were in their cells, maybe every hour or so until you got dumped off in here. It's been about a half hour since the last time this thing has sort of shook you. And so it appears that these occurrences are coming with more frequency.
Well, then we probably can't rest. We probably should go back up the corridor and either take that north port or go all the way back and take that south one.
It's up to you. It's your adventure. You tell me where you want to go.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Quick
Take some of
question.
that lichen so we can see.
One of those rocks that just fell, is it any of them solid enough to maybe use some of the sinew to attach to the top of the leg bone and make a mace out of it?
No.
Okay.
Even if you were to find a rock, you don't have enough like sinew, and you wouldn't be able to like fashion it enough to.
Could you get enough cobalt hits to make a flail?
Tie
their hair to the pole.
Tie their hair to the pole and make a flail.
Well,
I don't know,
like a morning star kind of thing.
Well, morning star is like a spiked mace.
Yeah, but it could also have a chain.
That's a flail.
Yeah.
As soon as you add a chain, it becomes a flail.
Ah, well, that one.
I can't use a flail.
Couldn't do it. Okay.
Only a mace. Club. Club is best so far.
And you fill their skulls with sand
Well,
and makes it heavy.
Yeah.
We're taking the fish then and heading out.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, you have 2 fish now.
Fish heads. Whoa,
And a net?
Fish heads.
And yeah, yes,
And the net, yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Guess we're going back.
Yep, might as well go back up that way.
Okay.
I'm gonna be detecting evil.
We want to try going this way?
Yeah, go back to that main cavern we went through. Probably have. Well, we've already been this way, so we know there's.
We want to go this way, right?
No, I thought we wanted to go back the other way and hit that T junction.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys want to do different.
I mean, it's probably we don't know where we're going, so.
I was thinking hit that T junction and see where it goes.
Alright. So up here.
Yeah, if I can get there.
This one.
Skipping that one off to the left.
I need to slow down just a little bit so we can keep up on the stream, guys.
Yeah, that one off to that goes
because you guys are like running down this, and there's like moving through this. There's.
Well, I
need to.
Not my fault. Your technology's slow.
No, it's not the technology. Is that you can move as an elf? You can go as fast as you want, but these guys that can't see, and even though Deglin has that light,
I'm messing with you.
Want to make sure that we know because I have exactly the time that Deglin's light's going to go out.
Okay.
Well, didn't anybody take any of the moth?
No.
Yeah, we grabbed some. We just had to hold it in our hands.
Nope. Nobody said anything about. You said no. We have to hair. He said I'm going to grab moss, and you said no because then we'd have to carry it, and then because you were talking torches, and then nobody ever went back to get any.
Somebody want to run back and get some? Nope. Somebody with infravision?
Really?
I'll do it.
Nice, Ranger.
So the Ranger's going to go back and get a handful of moss. Okay. You have a handful of moss. It gives you light in a 10-foot radius.
Can I put a couple of handfuls in my currently attached drawers?
Sure.
I'm going to try to grab enough per human.
Okay.
I will hustle back and present moss from my underwear.
We'll map out this tunnel with my light spell until it airs out.
Yep. You got to remember too, if you guys notice, the map isn't staying visible as you leave because the light shows, and then it only shows you guys where you are. So. As you guys continue to move, you get right there. Suddenly, the ground heaves and shakes. It's only been about not even 20 minutes since you guys had the last quake.
It's as if the gods are telling us something.
You're gonna die!
You can only hope!
And I'm gonna bury you right where you are!
No, that's logic. That's not the gods.
That's true.
You guys continue to move your way down this never-ending seeming tunnel that is more and more beginning to feel like it is some kind of a volcanic shaft. As the limestone, the sand beneath your feet, your bare feet, by the way, the sand beneath your bare feet beginning to wear on the skin as it's becoming tender from the constant rubbing and grinding against the sandy grit. You come finally to a fork, a branch to your right. Your tunnel continues straight ahead.
I'd like to listen and smell the air and see if there's any scent of the sea.
Okay, let me see if there is anything. Maybe there is. Go ahead and roll a do a hear noise for smell though. We'll do it as a smell as a hear noise.
That's a terrible roll. I asked the ranger and Drew to take a look or listen.
Well, weasels probably have pretty good senses.
All right. Go ahead and go again and give me a die 6 roll. So you don't smell any ocean or anything like that, but you smell something that smells rather earthy.
Barris is going to do
from the branch tunnel to the right.
Barris is going to do a quick glance down. If the floor is still sandy, do I see any prints or anything?
No, it looks the interesting thing is even as you look back after the violent shudder and shake, it's almost like a see and spell where you shake it, or etch a sketch where you shake it and everything goes away. It's kind of like that. You can see it's just like sandy dirt as far as you can see.
I let them know in my weasel ways there's an earthy odor that direction.
I'm sure they understood every word you said.
I gesture from the weasel to take a look.
Yeah, DM, I'll slink down there.
Okay. Keep slinking.
I can't move myself. I can't see.
Sorry. Gotcha. And we'll do this. You tell me how far you want to go.
Try to keep an eye on him.
I can't really. Okay, I'll look on the other screen. You keep going.
Yeah, I know it's going to take a bit for it to update.
Am I noticing anything about the soil or the ground?
No, but the scent is getting a little stronger as he gets, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 40. He is right on the edge of your vision, Barris and Varys. As the badger or the weasel disappears into the darkness.
I'll move down like 10 feet.
Okay.
To try and keep him.
You can see that he disappears around a corner.
Oh, damn it.
Keep my weasel senses strained to see if I don't detect something.
Suddenly,
just wait.
Out of the walls and the ceiling, you find that, at least in your druidic thought process, you might be close to the surface because long taproots from plants pierce the ceiling above. You can see 3 very long, hairy roots dangling from the floor to the ceiling. They're just sort of swaying as the vibration on the ground of the upheaval going on all around you and down below. Although it's not violent right now, you can tell that the tremors are just enough to cause these to sway. And you can see they sort of, it's almost like jungle vine sort of hanging from the ceiling, kind of clogging up the way, and you can see that where they are, there's sort of a choke point as the passage significantly narrows to about 5 feet wide.
DM, I'm looking at these roots. I got a little sketch of. They look sketchy to me.
Okay. Go sniff them and bite them.
Well, I'm going to run back and let the guys know to come up and join me.
As you come back, as she's coming up, suddenly you stumble across Barris and Varys, the elf twins.
I'm going to do some weasel flips and try and, make it look like they need to follow me.
Okay.
I think he wants us to follow.
Alright. Tell everybody to get their ass moving.
So we're supposed to go up that northeastern tunnel? Yes?
No, going
Everybody's
down
going
this way.
south.
Oh, we're going down south.
Yeah, the weasel found something.
There we go.
Hey, Ranger. This looks interesting.
It
I'm not
does.
going to get too close to those roots, DM, but I'm going to let these guys come up there so they can see them.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything look suspicious?
Not that you can tell. Looks like a bunch of roots, though, have broken through from some plant, perhaps an old tree or something like that, maybe, or whatever, but it's tap roots, however long they get or however deep they go, seem to have broken through this shaft.
Is there, can we tell if we're going up or down?
It doesn't look, you can't really tell. The floor seems level to you. Although if you were to find a stoutish halfling, they could tell you direction, and a dwarf could probably tell you.
Yeah, I have the dwarf and the ranger.
I'm gonna try to poke it with the spear as well, just to ease into the roots, make sure they're just roots.
You poke the root. It sways slightly, shuddering, and then nothing happens.
I believe these are roots.
Oh, so that's wood. We could maybe make handles for those flint heads.
Perhaps.
That we have enough time to make tools if these earthquakes are getting shorter and shorter.
Do it on the run.
Well, hopefully we can find the way out if these are near the surface.
Can we? Is the dirt above soft enough that we can dig at?
What, on the ceiling?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like limestone. It's sort of broken through the limestone a little bit.
Oh.
So it's not just earth, but
yeah.
I mean, they appear to be, as you look at them, they appear to be just sort of thick, viney roots.
All right, DM, I'm going to pass through them without a trace.
Okay.
Just see. I'm going to do my weasel best.
Good dokie. Oops, wrong out. There we go.
And I assume we won't be able to pass through unless we hack through them?
No, you can push your way through them. You don't have to hack. They're not like clogging like that. They're just sort of hanging there, but there's no way you can get by without touching them.
How long are they? I mean, could we maybe
about 10
cut them
feet?
off?
Yeah, you could cut them about 10 feet from the ceiling to the floor.
Let's cut as many of the 10 feeters as we can, and now we got some. Are they kind of bendable or are they stiff?
Yeah, it's very pliable, like a vine.
We can tie them together and make some rope.
Make a rope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's call forth the sword bearer.
Sword bearer. Sword bearer.
That would be you, Zadkill.
Yep, I'm moving slowly.
Okay.
As he inches his way, and he brings his sword. It takes a good amount of time. It takes about 15 minutes to finally break through. And in that 15-minute time, the lichen that where are you going, Zackiel?
Oh,
They just needed you at the roots.
Oh,
in that time, Barris, the lichen that you have scraped off and brought with you begins to fade.
Uh-oh. Sorry, humans. This is all that's left.
All right, that means the elf and the half-elf have to be up front so they can...
Well, we have the wood.
Well, you still have a light spell from... You still have Deglin's light spell. It's still burning.
How long is that going to last for?
Not for sure. They normally... Light spell lasts about an... hang on a second. I have it right here.
I think the DMG says they last until we make it out of the dungeon.
I think so, but I think you're lying.
Could be.
And actually, what level cleric are you?
8th.
8th, so it'll last 80 minutes.
Okay.
So it's been close to an hour since you cast it, you know.
So we got about 20 minutes on my light spell left.
Well, I have an idea, because between the roots, the dried wood, and we have a steel short sword and flint, so we can make some kind of torch.
Yes, you can.
Or a couple of
I was wondering if anybody would pick up on the fact that you had flint on the end of their...
Well, I was like...
Flint and steel, yeah.
Yeah, we have flint and steel, so let's make some torches.
And we also have lichen that will probably catch fire.
Yeah.
Make a note that party members get bonus 100 experience points for solving that riddle.
I will put that in the loot channel.
Well, I couldn't do it. No fair. I only had 10 intelligence.
Better than me. I only got 8.
You said plus 100?
Plus 100 per.
There we go. All right. And now I will go forward and continue on here.
Okay.
As I want to scout ahead a little bit.
Okay.
And let them all see. I'm trying to see if we're going up or down.
Okay. Can't really get a sense. It seems like you're pretty level.
Looking for traps.
Oh!
You find no traps.
People I'll let people pitch up.
As you continue down. Catch up.
Yep. Come on, Hill.
Ronnie. You detect the moisture in the air, Ronnie.
Does it smell like our equipment?
No.
All right, I'm going to start doing cheetah flips to get their attention, and then I'll be like licking my lips and trying to let it know, spitting as well as weasels can, that there's moisture up ahead.
All right. Do I smell it?
No.
Something's wrong with the weasel. He keeps doing backflips and spitting and coughing.
I got no treats for you right now, okay?
Be sneaky then.
Okay. As you sneak your way down.
It's pretty narrow here.
As the passage begins to narrow, you begin to smell, Varys. Your sharp elven senses pick up the smell of water. It's sort of a brackish, briny kind of a smell, but it's water nonetheless.
I'm going to stop and make a wave motion.
Okay.
To Declan and Ronnie. Well, Ronnie's a weasel, but I made a wave motion to see if he nods to me. And then make a wave motion to Declan. and pass it on.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do like the slinky with my weasel back, so it looks just like waves.
And as you move, suddenly up ahead, your sharp elven eyes depict what appears to be oops, I apologize, I need to change that. I did it again. I opened up something and it was overlaying the stream map, so the stream wasn't updating because I just can't seem to remember I got to keep this screen clear. Hopefully it will refresh eventually. Because
yeah, I got bounced to a screen that says I have no token.
Now I can see again.
Oh, hang on a second. Let's
I hit refresh.
Don't move. Don't anybody move, please. And I am going to. There we go. Let's move people back so they're not on top of one another. All right. Can you still? Does it still say the same thing to you?
Yeah. I have no idea where I'm at.
Yep. No, I got you. No, I see. So for some reason, there's a setting that you have to put on your tokens when you create them. It says link to actor or link data to actor or something like that. And what happens is now it sort of links all of the tokens, no matter what map they're on, goes to sort of the mothership, the master database, if you will. Otherwise, every token on every map can have individual settings. So like if you change your hit points, it'll be different on this map than that map. And so when I originally dropped your character on there, I didn't drop and say link to character. So I want to make sure that I've done that here. Vision 60. Can you see now at all?
Yes, I can.
Cool. Thank you.
I got nothing. So you said link to data?
No, hang on. I'm just going to redrop you on the map and see.
I'm happy I can see again. So I don't know about these guys.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Let me go to your.
Of course, now I can't get the slinky jingle out of my head.
Yeah, I think it's because. What about now?
Now I can. I'm good.
Yep. And okay. Yeah, because I just turned the light on for you. The light spell's back on for you. That's why.
Ah, okay.
All right. So again, as you guys keep moving and don't let me give you any description. I'm just going to start throwing shit at you and not even care. It's like everybody keeps walking up before I can even. Anyway, this chamber, you can see its far end is taken up by what looks to be some kind of a deep pool. You can see that the water is fairly clear. It's a little brackish, but you could still see it's kind of like an underground river, lake, whatever you want to call it, with relatively clear water itself. And you could see that there are some fair-sized fish in the pool kind of swimming around, but mostly they look to be like normal freshwater fish of some kind. And you can see that on the shore right in front of you, right where the water begins to start, the ground itself is all broken up and sort of sunk down into the water itself, but there's a couple of pieces of wood and stuff that are sort of broken up as if there was something made of wood down here, and then all this collapsed and now it's just filled with water.
Well, this isn't a dock, though.
No, it's not a dock, and you can actually see over here, that's actually underwater. So you can see this sort of tunnel leading out, but it's flooded.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to go swimming without magic or something. So.
Well, we can hold our breaths for a little while.
Yeah, but you don't know where it goes or how long it is.
Right.
Well,
so
I just looked, and weasels are apparently good swimmers, so I can definitely do some swimming.
I mean, we can get some more fish.
So if you are, and just sort of the kind of the general rules here, if you are unencumbered, you could swim 100 feet per round. Basically 10 foot a segment, right? So 100 feet per round. If you're encumbered, it takes you a little bit more than that. A character can remain underwater holding their breath for a number of segments equal to his or her constitution score. Thus, a character with 16 constitution could remain underwater for 16 segments and theoretically could swim 160 feet. After 16 segments, in that character's case, the character would cease all activity and begin to drown. Drowning takes 3 to 18 segments, and during this period can do nothing but writhe and panic, although it is possible he or she could be dragged to safety. So, depending upon your constitution, would determine how far you could swim underwater.
Yeah, we don't have any way of carrying all the gear, the few supplies we have, let alone swim in a unknown current in a unknown length of underground water.
Can we decide, can we tell which way the current's going?
There doesn't really appear to be much of a current that you can tell here, but as you get right there, suddenly bursting up out of the water, you see this massively giant crawfish, or crab, I mean.
Oh, dinner.
Yeah, crab legs. All right.
Give me somebody roll for surprise, please. You guys are surprised on a 1 and 4, die 6. You guys are surprised as the crab attacks first, as he launches up, and he goes after the small creature. He wants that
easy meal.
Easy meal. That's it. 19. As Ronnie Noblight, the badger, suffers 7 hit points of damage from the first pincer. And the second pincer, what's your armor class? 6, right?
Yep, 60.
Let me double check, because I think that actually hits, because it's thinking your armor class is like higher than that. So this is a 3 hit die creature against armor class 6. It needs a 10 or better to hit you. It still missed. So it was correct that it misses. All right. State your actions. Let's start with Deglin.
Beat it to death with a club.
I like it. Ronnie. Face ripping again?
His pincher off.
Rip. Okay, let me put pincer instead of face. Varys.
Sling.
Yay, you can attack. Zadkiel.
I'm going to charge it.
Okay. Barris.
I'm assuming there's no way to squeeze in between the two guys there in the front, right?
Not. There is not.
Any rocks on the ground by chance?
I am going to say no. It's all sandy, kind of the same as it's been everywhere.
All right, I don't want to chuck my spear at it. I'm gonna have to unfortunately
Chicken
hold.
shit. Chicken. All right. All right. Don't be scared. All right. I need
Erica.
I should have just selected everybody, as we are going to begin the combat as the crab gains the initiative. Damn it, it did it again. This is really, I'm sorry. This is really, really, really irritating the crap out of me. Give me a second.
You want? You can roll once and we can roll once.
No. Well, the problem isn't that. The problem is it keeps saying or thinking that this guy that I'm using is a hostile, so it's putting him on the same attack side as the bad guys.
Yeah.
And I've set him, and I've set it to friendly like twice, but it wasn't mapping it. It wasn't keeping hold of it. So, all right.
Because you were switching maps maybe, and it doesn't care.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I think that's what I said, is it didn't do it before. So, he got a 1. All right, so that's where he is. Now, as the crab with the pincer goes once again after the badger or the weasel or whatever he is.
8.
So close to a nat 20 as he misses his first one.
By the way, Darling gave you something.
Oh, 5 hit points as the second pincer pinces down onto the badger. How many hit points did he start out with? Because he's taking some damage here.
Down to 9.
Down to 9. Thank you. Darling.
She gave you a 20 nat.
Gave me a nat 20 or who?
Yeah, gave you a nat 20 while back.
I wish I would have seen that. That's okay. Thanks, darling. I appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem. She loves me. No, she just wants to see players challenged. Appreciate it. If you guys have not gone to see Darling's stream, you need to go check it out. Resident Creep of Twitch. She's a great mini painter, too. On top of that, I think she can mix drinks really well, so I have to talk to her about that sometime. So, that being said, that ends the crab's turn. The magic user is going to hold. All right. Fall back, Weasel. You look rough. As somebody screams that out. As Barris screams that out. You should don't just type it, man. Say it. Go ahead and say it.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No, dude, go. Interrupt. You are up. It is your turn anyway. So you're just going to hold?
Let's see.
That's what
I
you
mean,
said
I don't
you
have
were
a
gonna
whole lot
do.
of option. Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
If
Okay.
he's just a weasel, couldn't he stand over the top of him?
I would say yes. No, because, well, it's not really a full-size spear, but I will say, yeah, I'll allow it. I'll allow for you to attack over the top of the weasel.
Excellent.
With your spear.
Let us do
I'll give that. All right, let me back
Thank you.
up then. Yep. Just don't let me get another hit because I'm taking my crit.
Don't do it.
Woohoo!
Exact
Nice.
crab.
3 hit points. Nice. As you poke at it and chip away a little bit of its shell, as its little eyes sort of twisting around on the end of their stalks, looking to see who did that as they zoom in on Barris the half-elf. You're next. All right, Weasel, rip his face off.
All right, deal. I want to dive into the water, come up right behind this thing,
Okay.
and bite him viciously.
All right. Armor class 3. Pretty sure that misses. You bite onto him, and you manage to latch on just for a second onto one of his the chitinous legs that are sort of this hard packed shell around it. As he sort of shakes you off, splashing you back into the water.
And I'm going to turn into a crocodile.
Nice.
You can do that 3 times a day, right?
Yes, once to a bird, once to a reptile, once to a mammal.
All right. As you shift into, you get is it a 10 to 60 or is it a straight 60?
So it's a D6 at a 0.
Yep, D6 times 10. Yep. So go ahead and so you get 60% of your hit points back.
Just don't turn to a platypus. You'll waste all 3.
Can somebody cast boil water?
And throw the paladin in it.
Throw a fireball underwater. There you go.
Man. So you had whatever your max was or whatever you took damage-wise, you get 60% of that back.
So I've taken 16 points of damage.
All right, 16 times 0.6. So that basically is 7 points back. So whatever your hit points are, you get 7 back.
Got it.
Thank you, sir.
I
right.
want to mention something real quick.
I will try. Go ahead.
It's related to Greyhawk, but not the game. Someone that wrote some of the Living Greyhawk material just offered me some of it. So,
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
Ben McFarland, who writes for Full Press, he wrote some apparently. he saw my post about the stream, and he's threatened me. Anyway,
nice.
Talk to you more later.
I dig it. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Anyway, back to what we were doing. So let's see if we can't get this combat over before everybody dies, or it's 11:30, whichever comes first. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us this late at night. You know, it's us old people. Sometimes it gets a little rough. But so that was Ronnie. Zadkiel, the Righteous. You now have room to zoom all the way up and get next to Deglin, swinging your massive sword at the thing.
To charge it, as I recall from a movie I once watched, Zutalo.
Just roll the dice.
Yes, that's from the Little Mermaid, the chef in the crab scene.
Oh no, I knew I heard that. I just couldn't remember. I should have known that. My daughter's a big time fan. Just roll the dice, man. Put me out of my misery.
All right, here I go. I don't have a short sword in here, so I have to do it the old-fashioned way. I haven't selected, so wait. No, it's the long sword. All right, well, hopefully it'll do it here with the rolls.
Four. No. As you missed. You get a second attack, right?
Only on my. It's 3 out of 2.
3 every 2. Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
so next one you get 2 attacks. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. It's up to you now, Deglin. Take them out.
I'm gonna try.
Try to add a short sword roll with you.
No.
Oh, did you see that? It was a
I'm
16 and it rolled backwards.
These dice are cursed. They are possessed by a demon of unimaginable hatred to us.
This is why I keep saying friends, family, coworkers need to get them on here, because they'll love you and they'll say, all right, I'm going to give you all my tokens. I want you to have a nat 20. And then we don't have to deal with this anymore. But no, you guys don't want to listen to me. You just want to go out there and swing the dice as is.
I've told people nobody. I have no friends. I have no friends.
I know. I have no friends either.
All my friends are right here.
That's why I'm begging you guys to get your friends here, because I have none. All right, Varys, what you got?
Sling.
It has an armor class 3, so the 13 misses. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure 13 misses 3. I know.
How am I short?
Hang on just a second. Good question.
Armor class 3.
Armor class 3. You need it. Yep, you need a 16.
Alright, so plus 2 won't help.
Yeah, plus 2 will not help. Yep. All right. Whose turn's next? Oh, why did it? Oh yeah. Okay. Now we are back to the actions again. All right. Same actions for everybody.
Hit it with the club.
Anybody else going to change their action?
No.
All right. Other than Zadkiel, you can't charge, so.
And I think
but
I
you
have
get
to
2 attacks.
I have to stand down. I can't spear over Zadkiel.
That is correct. You can throw it.
And then I would be weaponless.
Yep. And then Ronnie, you are actually a croc now, right?
Yep. I get 2 attacks and I'm using them both.
Okay. All right. Let's roll initiative.
We win.
High initiative. Let's roll again. The crab goes as its first attack is I'm going to use my nat 20 against the crocodile. So its first attack, it does 2d4. So it's going to be 2d4 plus 8 damage to the crocodile. 14 hit points of damage to the crocodile from the first attack. The second attack is going to the guy with the sword.
Yeah.
16 hits.
I don't know.
Oops, that's not right. Seven hit points of damage to Zadkiel.
How much? 7?
7.
Okay.
Skipping over Dread. All right, Barris, anything?
No, sir, holding.
All right, Crocodile, Dundee, you are up.
Do I get +2 because I'm on the backside?
You get a +4 because you're on the backside.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it.
A crab shell is no match for a crocodile bite.
Nice. Soft 20 hits. First attack hits. What's the croc bite damage? 2 to 8? Yep.
First one's 2 to 8. The second one's 1 to 12.
All right, so that was 3 hit points on him there. Okay. As you manage to clamp down onto one of the legs, but it's just really hard to get through.
Oh,
And unfortunately, the second one is unable to pierce through the thick. This thing is apparently old, and it's crusty, and it's got barnacles on it, and anything that it can do. it's Mr. Krabs.
Crusty.
All right, Zadkiel, you're up.
Oh, you just finally saw it?
What?
Yeah, it's going down.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, here it goes. By the way, I couldn't find a way to add a short sword to this, so I tried.
Couldn't even do it on your inventory?
Yeah.
Hey, Boob the Barbarian. All right, Armin, see you later, man. Oh, I like it. This is my favorite. No, it's not. This is how it should be.
This is not how real gaming
Second
works.
hit.
You've
Second
never seen
hits.
this in a real game. Nobody ever rolled bad.
Oh. You need to talk to my 5e players on how many times they would roll like super great. I'm talking like nat 20s, like out the yin yang.
Yeah.
And 4 hit points. Yeah, and I would roll like garbage. I mean, the entire game. Oh, yeah, I forgot +3. 7 hit points. Nice. You managed to cleave through and finally pierce through to the soft underside of some of the flesh, and so now you can actually see blood flowing from this thing. Nicely done.
And then
Deglin, give us your nat 1 so we can move on.
can I move?
You can move if you want, but it gets a attack of opportunity if you get out. Oh, you're gonna go over there. All right. That is your if you get into the because you're gonna try to be on top of this thing.
Yeah, I guess. Ain't got no clothes on, so I don't have armor restriction.
Okay, that's true. You can climb on it, but I was gonna say because if you get too far in the water, it's deep. It slopes down rather deep right away.
Well, Zadkiel's from the island, so he's like
Gotcha.
All
right, Deglin.
There we go. 7.
Nope.
I don't know what Nope, I don't think that hit.
Yeah, it's armor class 3. I'm pretty sure you've got closer to like an 11 or something like that. Armor class 3, you need a 13. Sorry.
Yep.
Hey, it's not a 1. You're making progress.
Jesus Christ.
All right, Varus.
I'm getting some juicy stuff here from Ben.
Okay, let's try to finish out the combat.
Yeah. Does that hit?
You actually needed a 16 to hit the armor class 3.
I'll use one of my first ones.
Yes.
Wait, what did you roll? 15?
Yeah.
Oh.
I use one of my +1s.
Oh, what'd you get the +3 for?
My dexterity.
Oh,
Sling?
I forgot sling. You're right. Okay,
Yeah.
so you are using one of your +1s. Let me go and make sure that I take that off the board. You now have a +1, so that does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
It still only does a D4, but
You guys watch as Varys slinging his sling. He sees this open slice that Zadkiel got. The sling lets it fly, blasts right into. Describe for us how this thing would die by a sling stone, Varys.
Ah!
I would like to hit it directly in the eye.
Okay. It's got eye stalks more than eyes, not so much.
Well, then crush its face in.
You guys watch as this sling stone, he gets it spinning, and almost it's a blur. You just hear this like a humming sound. All of a sudden you hear this as a bolt, or not a bolt, but a rock goes flashing right over your ear, Deglin. You can hear it. There's this high pitch, like a squeak as it goes flashing past. Right between the eye stalks where this thing is, it blasts through the chitinous armor into this thing's whatever little component of brain it's got, blasting out the back of it, and it sinks to the bottom of the pool, dead.
Well, I guess that stone's gone.
So pull that crab up. I'm hungry.
Yeah, pull that up. Yeah.
Did you say Deadpool?
I'm gonna recover my other stone.
Barris, you see what we have to put up with all this time, man.
Yeah.
How big are those pincers? Can I use one as an axe?
No. However, they are sharp, so you could probably use it to saw through something that's not like real hard.
I got an idea. If we take the meat out of one of the legs and then stop her up the ends with some type of like wood or something, can we hold some air in it?
Make
Say that
armor.
again? Say that again?
If we took like the leg, like part of the leg,
Okay.
and broke it off at the joints,
Okay.
is there any way to like waterproof that with like I don't know, some of the wood or loincloths or something like that to
Roll
store
an
air in?
intelligence check for me.
Is that a 20?
Yeah, just roll a 20. When I say checks, I know it's 5e terminology, but it just means roll a d20 and compare it to your intelligence. Yeah, you're not like really sure how that would work. Oops, that was an accident on my part. Sorry. That wasn't. But anyway.
Could I tell the other people, hey, is there any way to make...
All right, so I want everybody to give me an intelligence roll, please.
Everybody with an intelligence roll?
See, when we need to roll to hit, everybody rolls low.
Yeah.
When we need an intelligence check, only the new guy makes it.
Yeah. No, Varys. Yep.
I made it too.
Yep. So Zadkiel, you guys are sort of looking around, and you come to the conclusion between you and Barris, you're like, holy crap, why did we think of this? The scroll tube that you guys got had a little puff of air come out of it when you first took it. So it's obviously airtight at least a little bit. So you could probably puff air into it, seal it quickly, and that would hold air in the tube for you.
Did we share it?
No, it's probably just like one breath of air for somebody, but it's enough. That said, too, Ronnie, give me a second.
That's cool. Puff, puff, pass, pass.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is there's only going to be one breath of air in the tube, right?
Right. That's why I was thinking that same idea, but I was thinking for the crab leg itself.
Well, they might be able to hold on to me, DM, and I could swim us through here.
Well, the problem is you can't. You can't. Well, I mean, I guess if they were to hold on and you were to, but they would have to be underwater, but it's still going to be the same. Let's see.
We would swim.
Would it be the movement rate of the alligator?
Right.
And speaking of, can you just alligator
I
your
want
way
to say,
out to see
I just
if there's...
hang on. I just want to say, crocodiles can hold their breath and survive underwater for anywhere from 4 to 8 hours.
Nice.
So
So he can maybe search this area and see if there might be a way to an underground river or something that'll take us up to the surface.
Or we could shave off the shell of the crab and use it as a surfboard kind of thing.
You can't. Look, I'm telling you, it's underwater. You can't. There's a tunnel. You have to swim to the bottom of this thing to get to the tube that leads out to the east. You can't.
I see.
Yeah, that's not on top of the water. You have to go underwater, and you're swimming underwater the entire time.
But if we swam at the rate that the crocodile does, we could hold our breaths for longer spaces of time. Now, it would still be whatever. So
you can't. So in other words, you're going to take 5 people, and you're going to hold on to this crocodile and try to fit through this 5-foot wide tunnel that's leading off to the east.
If we tied ourselves off in a long loop, with
What if we did it?
How much damage did we take if we start drowning?
Actually, guys,
you die.
What if we do one at a time? What if the alligator takes us one at a time? I mean, the alligator can go all day, right?
That's true, yeah.
What is the swim rate of a crocodile? Does it say?
120. It's
120?
12 DM. So I can go investigate and just see if there is
the crocodile
any reason to talk about it.
So just so you know, the crocodile swims at about the same rate that you guys could walk. So he could get you there a little faster, yes, but like he said, he can't pull you all at once, right?
One at a time.
Yeah, you could probably do one at a time, but
Could we snorkel with the tube?
no, it's underwater.
Let's have him investigate and just see if it's worth, as he said, talking about.
Right.
Yeah, you should go and see where it leads. If it leads to an underground lake or, an ocean, not going to be able to survive without a boat or whatever, so.
Could we get the crab's bladder and turn it into some type of air container?
I'll go down there and grab that doggone crab and drag him up.
As you guys are standing there, suddenly the ground heaves and shakes around you guys. Everything starts to collapse around behind you, and after about 2 or 3 minutes of this violent shaking, this is the worst one that you guys have had yet. You're hanging on, you're like throwing yourselves against the walls, kind of kneeling down to avoid falling over as some of the rock and rubble that you're standing on slides further down into the pool as you scramble back up to get out onto the passageway. You look, fortunately the passage hasn't collapsed totally, but you can see bits and chunks and stuff as there are little wisps of steam sort of bursting through the side walls in the caverns behind you guys as this thing lasts twice as long as the last time. As once again you could hear this deep earthy roar or a grumble, like your stomach grumbling, if you will, coming from below in the depths of the earth, bubbling up around you guys before it finally stops. And you look kind of around at each other saying, time's getting short, what are we going to do?
Probably.
We gotta get out of here. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, so time to head back. Because we don't have time to hear swimming.
You were underwater. You're moving up.
As you watch as the crocodile leaves.
Test the water and see how cold it is.
The water itself is cool, but not cold.
Okay. Can we swim around in it just to...
Sure.
I'm going to go swimming. And dive down around and see if there's anything on the bottom we can...
Or maybe we can swim and stay above the water before it goes under. Or is that whole thing underwater?
The whole thing is underwater.
I think we have to dive down first.
As you get to where you're at, Ronnie, suddenly you feel a slight current moving in the direction that you're headed. You can tell that in the distance you can see a flickering light as if this waterway exits into the outside.
Oh, I was just about to turn around thinking that big penis-looking thing was okay.
No, it's still under, but how far and how fast? And actually, I should say where you get to right here, it's actually, I'm going to put you right here. You can actually there's a gap between the top of the water and the ceiling.
Okay, so they would have to just hold their breath to this point right there.
Yep.
We can't see it, so you're going to have to tell us.
As you guys are sitting there waiting, about 10 minutes later, the ground starts shaking again. Ronnie pokes his crocodile face up out of the water.
And he can't speak.
I let out a roar.
Would we interpret that to follow him, or that?
Yeah.
I roar back.
Flap my tail and
the wizard comes over. So Dredd comes over and he pulls forth his copper coin and he begins murmuring and mumbling. And suddenly, in a sort of a vaporization of the coin as he's rubbing with his fingers, and suddenly he puts it to his forehead. Think the thoughts you wish to tell me, friend, for I can detect and read your thoughts right now.
Wow.
I have found an exit.
He has said that he has found an exit. It is perhaps 130 feet this way under the water. If we can make it this far, there is a gap between the water and the roof where you can once again gain your breath.
All right, so does anybody have a constitution score of under 13?
No. I don't. I have 14.
Mine's 16.
I'm 13. So what's the wizard?
16.
Okay, what's the Barris?
16.
Okay, so you guys are all going to be good. I'm the only one that's got it close.
Yeah.
Well, you take the extra air of the school.
Exactly.
And
there you
then
go.
let's do this. Because we're
I'm
running
going
out
to let
of
them
time.
know it's due east, and then we're going to take a 90-degree turn to the left, and then go up, and it'll be probably another 50, 60 feet headed at the 12 o'clock, and then it'll veer off to the right, and you can breathe at that point.
I have no idea what he said, but he said follow him.
Yeah,
Right.
well, somebody
Let's
want
do
to
it.
hang on to him? Yeah. All right, let's do this.
Just make sure that you do not lose us, friend Gator. Let us go as the ground begins to rumble once again.
Yeah, time to hear.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I decide I go too.
Unless you're staying here.
Yeah, but I can't move the map again.
Right click.
Now it wouldn't let me move.
Yeah, I gotcha. I'll let you guys move first. If you have trouble, I can always move you guys.
It keeps saying I'm hitting walls. I hate that.
I know.
I'll stay here, DM, in case somebody gets stuck, so I can grab them and drag them to where they need to go.
Gotcha. Right where you guys are, Deglin and Zadkill, you guys are able to pop your head up, get a little bit of air.
Oh, cool.
As you guys make it, you manage to get a puff of air. Back underwater you go, following the gator. As you head out.
We're at the tip of the spear.
That's it.
All right, we made it.
He tricked us. It's a dead end.
We're all going to die.
I'm going to take those 6 copper coins. They're all mine.
You're on your own. See you later, alligator. I'm going to take off.
Well, it says I don't have vision.
I know you don't. Not yet.
secret.
See you later, alligator.
You guys, I'm gonna give the description as you guys come out, and then I'll fix the map as far as the as far as vision and stuff like that. I do apologize, folks. Let me. I'd rather do this first. Hang on a second. Yeah, no, exactly. So give me a second. I wonder if this will work if I go this activate here first and then activate back there instead. There we go. Oh, that's why.
Oh man, what a crock.
I see something that looks like a zipper.
Yeah, hang on just a second. I'll tell you. That's because I forgot to take the... Should be... There we go. And save. Ooh, there we go. As you guys come out, you find yourselves along a beach. Now, this is not representative distance. Each one of these hexes is actually 100 feet.
Oh,
all right.
I'm huge.
Yeah, you guys are. You're like kaiju height, or kaiju size. So you guys come out along a beach area. So I just want to give you sort of the description. The cave behind you, as you guys are exiting and swimming with all your might, you feel the rumbling. There's dirt and rock and stuff falling on you guys as you're under the water. Your breath is your lungs are beginning to burn as you're swimming and trying to keep up with this crocodile as he sort of bursts out into the ocean or the lake that's sort of surrounding this island that Suderham is sit on in the middle of this volcanic region. The whole place is shaken. The water itself, as you come outside, it's almost like hurricane force winds are actually blowing it, but there's no real winds because it's all coming from the upheaval coming from below. As you escape, right behind you, the tunnel collapses, pushing water out in a big wave, and it sort of pushes you guys out onto the edge of the island. You emerge on the shore of Crater Lake. The lake is froth as white-capped waves toss wildly back and forth, colliding and building on one another. Everywhere you can see fish, lake eel, freshwater squid leap from the surface of the lake, crazily trying to escape the unaccustomed vibration and shocks that are coming from below. The far rim of the Crater Lake, you can see 1.5 miles away, seems to tremble slightly as you sort of clamber out, gathering yourselves, and you look up and you see this whole volcanic region rumbling. On the island behind you is a tall bluff. Parts of it seem to just have crumbled and collapsed. Stones are dislodging themselves and tumbling down to continuing tremors. A huge dark cloud rises from somewhere in the western part of the island beyond the bluff, and it fills literally half the sky. The island itself quivers and quakes continuously. To the north and south of this point, you can see where beaches begin to run around the curve of the island, but in both directions the bluff recedes from the beach, and trees, many of them fallen now, grow in the space between the hill and lake. So there's these groves of trees running everywhere on your left and right, but some of them have fallen from the quakes and stuff. Like I said, it looks like a hurricane blew through here, but it hasn't because of hurricane. It's because of all the quakes that have been going on. There's a fishing boat making its way with great difficulty toward the outer shore, because you guys are on the lake on the inner shore. If you zoom out and look at the map, you can see that you guys are on the lake itself, and all around on the outside of the map that's off the map is actually where the rim of the volcano is, right? You guys are set down in the crater of this. The whole island rumbles and shakes. And to the west, like I said, the huge pillar of smoke is rising behind you. You could see that fishing boat making its way with great difficulty toward the outer shore. In other words, getting away from the island, trying to get to the mainland where it can, whoever's on the boat can try to escape. Southwest, perhaps 1/4 mile away, crackling flames leap above the treetops, and you realize with horror that there is molten lava leaking down from the rim heading your direction. And that is where we're going to leave our game for tonight. Congratulations on escaping from below. I am going to award everybody 1,000 experience points for escaping without dying or without any significant damage, and plus a very smart idea to shift into a crocodile. Because of all that, I'm going to award everybody a bonus of 1,000. So congratulations on that. Folks who are hanging out with us, we appreciate it. Wow, everything just sort of updated at once. That was kind of weird. Appreciate you guys that have hung out with us as our party has escaped from beneath the slave lords' tunnels. But now let's see if they will be able to escape the island itself before they are completely consumed in volcanic ash. But that's going to have to wait till next week. What we're going to do now is shift to the after party. If you have been with us before, you know that the after party is literally just like a Dungeons & Dragons game, face to face. Usually after the game, people hang out for a little bit, kind of shoot the breeze if they can. Some of our players obviously can't, whether it's due to work or other commitments, so they usually kind of bail early. However, if you would like to join us, feel free to join our Discord. Come on over, because what I do now, players, is shift over to the open channel. And for our new player, if you look down at the base or at the bottom of all the chats and stuff like that, you'll see the voice channels. And we always go to the open channel. So I'm getting ready to shift over there in 3, 2, 1. I am now on the open channel if you guys would like to kind of join me over there. And again, folks out there in the real world, if you would like to come and hang out with us on the voice chat, you're more than welcome to do so. We appreciate it. Well, I definitely appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. It was definitely a good game. I have never run this module before. This is my first time. It's still kind of going through my head how I think things should go, but I think it was actually played really well. I think you're right, Cardman. I think they they found that perfectly well, and I think the fact that their druid was able to convert himself into a crocodile worked out perfectly, because there's nothing in the book that says how long crocodiles can stay underwater, but I went and looked it up, and it said actually some say up to 8 hours, so that's why I said 4 to 8. It didn't really matter. It could be a half hour, and that's all he would have needed. So I definitely thought it went really well. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I appreciate all the love that you guys showed us tonight, especially the Nat 20. If you're still out there, Creep. If you're not, she's probably... I'll have to look and see. Who are we going to raid tonight? Let's just sort of take a look and see how many people I got. Dang, there's a bunch of people out there. Is Creep out there? Stella Luna, Darling Creep. Yep, looks like she's painting. So, anybody joining us? Hey, guys, you can talk. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you hanging out. Don't forget, people out there in the real world, I still need a magic user, because this magic user is not going to stay with the party. I guarantee that. So good job tonight, guys. Nicely done. What'd you think? Think it went okay? Did you enjoy your first session, Ben? Was it okay for you?
Absolutely, I did. Sorry about the audio issues, but
no.
Yeah, definitely good to get back into the old school feel and the 1E stuff. It's been 2 decades plus since I last played a 1E game, so fantastic.
Nice. Well, good, man. I'm glad. Hopefully you'll be able to make it next week too. So we are here every Monday, 7:30 to 11:30. So let's go around the horn and see what's going on. What about you, Tino? What you got going on with you, dude?
I gotta go back to work next week.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah,
That
but
sucks.
other than that, just trying to get some last minute things done around here. Like everybody, still just chilling out, playing the stream on Fridays and Mondays. Yeah.
I need to see. I think I'm looking at your and I think I've had this issue before. I don't know why. You guys just kind of go around the horn. I want to double check. For some reason, whenever you talk, Monkey, your character doesn't light up, and I wonder if I got the wrong... No, I got the right player there for you. It's weird. It's weird because it's like sometimes it does it, and sometimes it doesn't, and I don't know why. But when we're on the after party, it doesn't...
It's because I'm a paladin.
I know why. Never mind. I know why, because I'm an idiot. Never mind. We're okay. And I can't fix it right now. Now the problem is that there's a special script that I have to run to get that to work when you're talking, and when you set it up, I think it's based on what scene you're on. I think I don't know. Hey, Bears, could you talk real quick?
Yeah. How am I coming in?
Yeah, see, yeah, you're coming fine, but no, there's no lighting up or nothing. So I have to go in and I would have to, what I do is I go to this channel and they generate the script for me, but I have to point it to a certain channel. So the problem becomes is that I have this, I created everybody with their own little scene, if you will. For those that are aware with OBS, it's all based on scenes when you shift back and forth to different things. That's called a scene. So this is the after parties scene. And so I have 6 players. I call them player 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each one of those is their separate scene. So that way I don't have to recreate everything all the time. I just have to drop that character or that player on whatever new scene I want. So I have the play scene on the in-game scene. And so when you're there, the script knows you're on the right scene. But when you go to the after party, it's a different scene, so it doesn't light up because the script doesn't recognize the scene. In order for me to do that, I would have to duplicate every character or every player, once for the in-game and once for the after party. So I think I remember dealing with that a long time ago, and I just never found a good way to fix it. So anyway.
So Tino, you're gonna have to come up with a nice little logo for us for our Gnarly Toad Guild.
Yes, a Gnarly Toe. The Gnarly
Something we
Toe
can throw
Guild.
on a hat.
Yeah, there we go. The Gnarly Toe Guild. I can go have a logo design, but
Toe with.
Do you want an actual picture of my gnarly toe?
no, we do not. We do not. For those that were here early on, we were talking about the character or the group name, because these guys don't have one. It's just 1v1 shots. You know, my other group, they never came up with a name either. Excuse me. They never came up with a name either. I just dubbed them the Heroes of Christchurch. So, and it just stuck. But these guys, we were talking, we're all from Greyhawk. The Gnarly Wood is right near Greyhawk. Then we were talking about, okay, when it first started out, I was saying, oh, we're going up against some tough competition tonight because Amaranth is out there on her channel in the hot tub. And so we were all talking about, well, we could get on camera and take our shirts off and stuff like that and see what we could get. And I figured we could make a lot of money with people telling us to put our clothes back on, please. And so then Barris, our new guy, starts talking about, well, you know, there's something for everybody. You know, let's go out to the feet channels and stuff. And then Deglin started talking about his feet, and we're like, no, those toes. And they're like, yeah, the gnarly toes. Yeah, the Gnarly Toe Guild. And it just kind of went downhill from there. So this is what I have to deal with pregame, right? So now you are all aware.
I already have a logo made with a toe on it.
Love it. It's fate.
So you need to make it look like wood, because it's the gnarly, so it needs to be made of wood and has to have like little twigs and leaves sticking off of it or something like that.
Oh, it's not the best. I'll show you when I find it. It's in my chat somewhere.
And we are the Gnarly Toe Guild. I like it.
And so we're also all naked currently, so don't forget that.
No, we are not. Dude, stop. This is a family channel.
His eyes kept wandering. Like,
I'm so glad I made this an R channel.
Hey, did I mention I'm the new guy?
I am so glad that I made this channel a adult-based content, so just so you know. But it was good, man. It was fun. This was literally the first time I've ever actually run. I've kind of like tried to run stuff and whatnot before, but this one I've actually never really run. I've had the adventure for years, and I wasn't actually planning on running A4, but it just sort of worked out. I knew it would piss everybody off that we don't get a saving throw versus poison. I said, no, you don't. It's not really a poison. It's just a sleep gas. Fills up the room, knocks you out. So bad. Too bad, so sad. So anyway.
Yeah. So actually a little interesting note there. The first game I ever played when I was, I don't know, 13 or so, was one of the Slave Lord modules. I don't remember which one.
Nice.
But yeah, it's interesting coming back to it and having no idea that that's what you were running until I sat down tonight. So it was quite an interesting little twist of fate there.
Yeah, Cardman, I definitely, like I said, I agree definitely that these guys played it brilliantly, and I think at the end is when it really came out. And I'm glad you guys kind of escaped because it kind of gave us, when you did, I mean, it kind of came out perfect ending, so we can kind of pick up where we left off last time. So hopefully, what?
I found it.
No, you didn't.
Is it time for the Big Toe Show?
Oh no, it's the big show.
Oh,
you know what I can do?
I'm gonna post it on the Discord in where?
Put it in general.
Okay. So I actually have it with a logo, like with a scroll and everything, and like a symbol, but I only found the toe that I made. Not my best work, but
it looks kind of like
Where
a
is it?
troll toe.
Wait, which
Yeah,
channel?
it does.
General?
It's a troll
Okay.
toe.
Hang on. I need to do this.
well, I used it in my homebrew when I had a bunch of halfling reindeers in the forest whose parents were dead, and they were the Order of the Ogre Toe. They were killing all the ogres.
Go anywhere. I got to do this. Hang on. Give me like 2 seconds. All right. Oops. And we're going to browse. Here.
I actually have with the scroll thing and everything on a shield. Can't find it. I'm looking for it desperately.
Dude, that's awesome. If I ever get my my leather armor back, I'm having that etched into it.
It's when I first got my iPad and I wanted to use the toe or the drawing part on it to see how good it was with the pen and everything. I'm not an artist. I'm just did what best I could.
All right. Here we go. How's that? How's that look? Hang on just a sec. Let me go. Block that. There. Now, if you guys go out there and look on the stream, you can see.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. We got our big toe. You're down there on the bottom holding serve for us. That's awesome.
Nice.
I dig that. So anyway,
the coat was all clipped off and broken.
Yep. So I think next week is going to be interesting because it might last the entire session, but it really depends. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I'm going to need to bail. I got to get up at 5 a.m. That's gonna quick,
dude, I never expect anybody to stay. I'm only here for a little bit. I'll be here for another 5 minutes and then we'll shift over and raid into somebody with whoever we got left. We appreciate you guys hanging with us. And again, Ben, welcome aboard, man. Look forward to gaming with you, dude.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Had a fun time. Enjoyed the cast of characters and looking forward to the upcoming weeks.
All right, brother. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, take care, guys.
All right. Later.
Oh, that was good. All right. Don't forget to give y'all self the 1100 experience, and then I'll just give everybody the total. I'll figure it all out, and I'll get everybody the total before next week. Probably it'll end up being next Monday before I remember, but one of these days. I'm leaving that big toe there too. I'm gonna leave him there until we get another character. I'm gonna put his name on there as the gnarly toe guild. I like it.
Well, you should hold on. Let me take that white background out.
Okay. Yeah, we can update it later. Whenever you get an updated one, I'll put it on there. So anyway, I was gonna say, you got nothing going on. Ronnie is gone, it looks like. Yep. So it's just you and me. So I guess Iger, you got anything going on, bud?
Not really. Got to get $3,500 together for my poor little puppy's knee.
Oh, that's right. I remember you said that, man. That's no bueno. Yeah, I remember our. So I don't know if I don't remember if I ever told a story on this stream, but I think I've told it on like my 5th edition stream, maybe, about my cat. So they were both feral. We adopted them from off the street. We used to the mother cats in the neighborhood used to bring all their litters to us for some reason because we used to feed them and take care of them. So we would adopt them out and stuff. And so we ended up keeping 2 cats, the 2 boys. And I remember they were just like maybe 2 or 3 years old. And I was working at SeaWorld at the time. And my wife calls me and says, he's gone in the litter box like 3 or 4 times in the past hour. He just goes in and I look, it doesn't look like there's anything there. And I'm like, crap, he's freaking got something. So because I worked at SeaWorld in the corporate, I went down to one of my friends, actually, the guy, I did some software work for the vets and stuff. And so I went down and talked to the vice president of all the veterinary services. And he said, you need to get that cat to the ER, dude, because that could kill it. So we got him. By the time I got home, all the places are closed. We take our cat to the emergency vet.
Oh.
$3,200 later, after he had surgery to get rid of the kidney stones that were blocking. And it was like, holy crap. And then he actually ended up dying because of his kidneys failed and stuff. He just had a bunch of problems as he got older.
Yeah.
2 months later, his brother like kind of went the same way, and it's like, man, it was like quick, like boom, gone. And we brought him in, and because we caught the second one in time, his brother, there was just nothing they could do. So they brought him in, and he was like huffing and puffing really bad. That's how I noticed it. So I brought him to the vet. They took him to the ER, and they had an oxygen thing at his face because they said he wasn't getting enough oxygen when he was breathing, and he was having heart issues because of stuff. And so they said, well, we could treat his heart, but the heart medicine is going to make his kidneys that much worse. Or we could treat his kidneys, and that's going to exacerbate his heart. So we ended up having to put him down. But they said, yeah, we can keep him over the weekend. It'll be for over the weekend care. It'll be $3,500, and then we'll do the stuff that we need to do for his. I'm like, yeah, I love that cat, and I would have spent that. I really would. I would have, if they would have told me that they could fix him. It'd have been a no-brainer. I'd pay it. I don't care. But the problem is that if they treated his heart, it would have messed his kidneys. If they treat his kidneys, they would have let his heart go. Either way, they couldn't guarantee more than a month. And so we're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Especially when he can't breathe because he's huffing and puffing because his heart's having issues and stuff. He's huffing, his oxygen levels are so low. So we just said, yeah, it sucks, man, but we had to do. But I feel you, man. They tell you how much, and they were like, what the fuck, man?
She's only 18. She's only 18 months old, so
yeah,
she's a Jack Russell, so she's constantly, even on 3 legs, she's running around the yard chasing squirrels.
Yep, that's how they is. That is how they is. So, yeah. So I got nothing going on. I got I don't know if anybody was listening to the stream earlier, but my wife is up in South Carolina staying with the grandbaby because my son got himself his first teaching job. And so our grandson is not in daycare yet. And so my son works during the day. His wife is an ER nurse that works nights. And so it's like she can't work all night and then watch the baby all day and then try to work at night. There's just not going to happen. So until the baby gets in daycare, which is not till like mid to late August, my wife is up there. And so initially she was going to be there until like September 3rd or 4th or whatever that first week is. She has to come back to school. But now it looks like she might be coming back a little early just because they can get him in the daycare. But my son comes home. It's hilarious. He's only 30 years old, but he's coming home from his job. He's like, I never thought I'd be so tired, but he's on his feet all day teaching. Right. So he's like, he comes home and he just crashes in the chair. And so my wife's like, my son needs me.
Well, he'll get sick too real quick too.
Yep.
Mama's boy.
Yeah, but the problem I have now is like, shit, I've been married 35 years. I got to learn how to cook shit besides hot dogs.
Yep.
My wife always, so I've been cooking for myself. I have hot dogs. I could do eggs. I made hamburger helper tonight, which I'm going to go have some more as soon as we leave here.
Hot dogs with eggs. Don't forget.
No, I didn't have hot dogs with eggs, but I made pork and beans. So I got a nice can.
Mac and cheese and hot dogs. Awesome.
Dude, yes. I've got the little, she hooked me up, but I can cook. I just haven't cooked in like forever. I'm not like a cook like my wife's amazing cook, but I can I could throw hamburgers down. I could do, if I wanted to cook a steak, I could cook steak. If I really want to cook, I just call my daughter. Say, honey, Dad's hungry. Can you make him some dinner? And she'll come over and cook for me.
Ooh,
What's in it for me, Dad?
What's in it for me, Dad?
Oh, yeah. No, she knows. Yeah,
I'll change her oil while she's here. Yeah.
No, I don't even. Dude, you know something? That's what my wife gets mad at me. She's like, Robert does, this is my son, Robert. Robert does this, and Robert, I said, I don't give a shit what Robert does. Dad makes enough money that Dad could pay somebody to do that shit. I was a grease monkey for 20 years in the Navy, and I told myself I can do stuff around the house. The only thing that I had issues with is she holds it over me every time, is I went to change out the shower valve because it was jacked and I wanted to put a new one in. Yep. So I tear the wall apart, getting in there. Lo and behold, they had fucking brazed it in place instead of actually threaded piping and stuff. I say, what the fuck is this? And I haven't brazed since I was 18 years old. I went to military school and I had an engineering degree, and I could braze and weld and did that shit. But that's like 50 years ago. No, or 40 years ago. No. So she holds it against me. Yeah. I said, you know what? I did piping, I did valves, I did all that stuff in the Navy. I make enough money now that, I'm not rich, but I make enough money now that I can say, you know what? I need to put a couple grand down on something. Let's do it. Just you do it. I don't want nothing to do with it. So I can sit here and stream for you guys, so I don't have to be getting my hands all dirty. So anyway.
Looks like I'm gonna have to get a job because I ain't got no $3,500.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, man, I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Iger, Zad, Tino, definitely had fun tonight, man. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves as much as I did. We will be back at it next week. And if anybody wants a heads up on what, I actually have a list of adventures in order that I want to run. So I'll give you guys the choice. Do you want to go, and since nobody else is here, it'll be up to Deglin and Zadkiel to determine. Do you want to go through Ghost Tower of Inverness or the Shrine of Tamoakan?
I'm thinking Shrine.
Okay. That was my thought too.
Yeah, because I have the module.
That's fine.
No, I'm just kidding.
You don't have the dice rolls. You don't have the dice rolls. That's all good, man. Totally okay.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, whatever. I'm enjoying myself.
Oh, yeah. That's like I said, that's just kind of what we do. Hey, Doc, what's going on, brother? Whoa, what's Doc saying whoa for? Come on, speak to me, Doc. I can't leave now knowing that you was out there and I didn't say anything. Hi. Yeah, those are definitely, yeah. And like I said, this whole premise behind what we're doing is literally just like, oh, TSR put out a new module. Let's go grab it off the shelf, roll up some characters, and go play. Only in this case, they already have the characters. Now, I will say, Tamoakan and Inverness are probably a little low level for you guys, because like Inverness, I think is 5th to 7th or 4th through 7th.
Yeah.
Same with Tamoakan. However, typically what they used to say, oh, they take like 15 characters at 4th level. Oh shit. But Tamoakan's a little less than that, but yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, because I had them and kind of going like that, but I have a whole list of adventures that I want to take you guys through, and I think it'll be fun. But
I'm thinking the Ghost Tower Inverness was really close to that one module we went to that had the ghost up in the very top of the tower.
Yeah, it was, but it's actually, it can be really way different of just, but I agree. Who knows? Maybe we'll just skip Ghost Tower and go right from like Shrine of Tamoakan to, I don't know. Well, what's that one?
Temple of Elemental Evil.
No, you've already done that. More like White Plume Mountain or something like that.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. Plus, I like to pick ones that I can get high res maps for too. So right. Those are kind of the fun ones. But all right, man, we're gonna jet. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We will be back next Monday at 7:30. Hopefully that you guys will join us. Please mark your calendars. If you haven't clicked the follow button, please do so. But regardless, man, tell your friends, family, coworkers, meet us up, grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite snack, get in early so you can get a good seat, because it's going to be some live action. As our party next week, we have to figure out, are they going to escape the island or are they not? But in the meantime, we're going to pop over to Creep. She's probably going to be getting offline here pretty soon.
She did just went offline.
Oh, did she just go offline? Son of a gun. All right.
Quest and Chaos.
I don't think I have those guys. Oh, yes, I do. Let's go. Quest and Chaos. Haven't been there in a while. All right, man. So we're going to pop over those guys. I'm not even sure what they're doing right now, so let's go check them out. But I hope you guys will make a bunch of noise, kick and scream and yell and throw. We'll probably get there just in time for them to go offline too. So but just remember, in a world you can be anything you want. All we ask is that you be kind. We will see you next time. And let us try. Let's see how many we can get. We can get at least, I'd like to get 4 or 5. That'd be kind of nice. I don't know how many people we have out there, but it looks like just about everybody we have, man. It looks like just about everybody we have is going. All right, folks. See you next time.
I found it.
The higher level patrons can even affect the outcomes of our streamed games by awarding players with cards from the Deck of Inspiration. Another way to support us is by donating bits during a live stream.
What was it called?
For each
Gnarly
500 bits
Toes?
donated in Inspiration coin is
Gnarly Toe Guild.
or the GM.
I got it. I'm making it right now.
There are various effects based on the game
and I
system.
found the,
But in Call of
Coat of Arms
Cthulhu,
maker.
one Inspiration coin
Hold
is
on,
one
just,
reroll.
I put up one of the
On Dungeons
example
and
of what I
Dragons, A
did
single coin can be used to add a d6 to any d20 roll.
originally.
2 coins may be
While
added
back,
to
which is kinda
redeem
funny.
for a random draw in the Deck of Inspiration. Subscribing on Twitch, whether it's a tiered subscription, a Prime, or a gift sub, it helps us fill in the Tavern upkeep. You get access to Twitch emotes, subscriber-only Discord channel,